5, 6, 7, 8. We're doing a microphone check for both Noah and myself. So we get ready to do some severe weather coverage.
All right, this is meteorologist Noah Hauck doing a mic check myself as well, making sure everything is all good to go. But so far today, things have been looking okay to our west, but we're still watching some things off to the northwest in Atlanta, so we will check back in shortly.
All right, all right, all right. Good Monday afternoon, Middle Georgia. We are here doing some severe weather coverage for you. Hopefully we're not going to have a major event for us, but we do have a lot going on here in Middle Georgia. We just got our first warning, and it's for Upson and Lamar County until 1:30. So that is what we're going to be tracking right now here in Middle Georgia, and we're going to watch this very carefully over the next few hours. It's going to be quickly in and out of here today, so that's certainly some great news. No overnight event. I think Middle Georgia will be clear of severe weather by 6 or 7 o'clock this afternoon or this evening. So certainly some great news. But we do note there is one tornado warning off towards the north. It's up in Spalding County as well as Henry County. Hopefully that's the only warning they have to deal with up that way. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Upson County as well as Lamar County until 1:30. And I really think most of today is just going to be severe thunderstorm warnings, but anywhere within this line, you could certainly get a quick spin-up tornado. So if you are still out ahead of this line, which most of Middle Georgia is, just make sure you're prepared, have ways to receive those severe weather alerts. And again, that's what we're going to be tracking. These storms producing a lot of lightning. They are producing hail, very heavy rainfall, and some gusty winds. And again, where you're seeing the yellow polygon, severe thunderstorm warning, that's for winds over 60 miles per hour. This storm that's actually prompted the warning actually had golf ball size hail back in Salem, Alabama, which is in Lee County, which is just across the state line. So it does have a history of being severe, and then this will continue likely moving into Lamar and Monroe County. So heads up for Scythe. You're downstream of this system, and then we're going to be watching other storms back off towards the south and west near Columbus. These could become severe, so those would impact Taylor County, Crawford County, and there you go. You see new warnings have just been issued. So right up into Taylor County, we now have portions of Butts County under severe thunderstorm warning, and I really think this is how this is going to evolve the rest of this afternoon. We're just going to start getting these severe thunderstorm warnings with this line of storms working its way across Middle Georgia. So again, going to be an active afternoon for us. Lots of lightning with these storms, but as I said, this is going to be in and out of here, and we'll start seeing improving weather by tonight across Middle Georgia. It will be a clear and cool night, but again, severe thunderstorm warnings starting to really develop. We have daytime heating that's impacting us today, so that instability is a little higher over Georgia than what we've dealt with in the past. If you remember, the past 3 or 4 events have been overnight events for us. This is a daytime event. Got to watch it a little bit more careful because you do have that sun playing an important role in this storm activity today. Again, hopefully we don't have a tornado threat. The tornado threat, it's very, very low, but it's not zero. Again, you can see that tornado warning off towards our north. Again, Henry County, Spalding County, and we have a downpour right here in downtown Macon as we speak. So just watching this very carefully. We'll show you that we do have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for all of Middle Georgia. That goes until 7 p.m. this evening, but as soon as the line passes your location, we're seeing the watch quickly canceled. But anywhere in Middle Georgia, you do have a severe thunderstorm watch. What's the severe thunderstorm watch mean? Well, a watch means conditions are favorable for severe weather, and that's why the National Weather Service did issue that. A warning means we are likely seeing severe weather. That includes damaging winds of 60 miles per hour and hail greater than 1 inch in size. That's the size of a quarter, just to give you a perspective. So everybody's under a watch right now, and we're starting to get those warnings, and that's what we're going to continue to watch over the next couple of hours. Live look in downtown Macon, we got a downpour coming through. This is not a severe thunderstorm. This is just a shower out ahead of the main line. Temperature 74 degrees, a southwest wind at 13 miles per hour. So that's encouraging. If you got winds out of the southwest, that's not causing a lot of shear, which is the turning of the winds in the atmosphere. A lot of times if you're looking for tornadoes in the deep south and in Middle Georgia, you want that southeasterly wind instead of a southwesterly wind. So that's why the tornado threat is relatively low across Middle Georgia today. Doesn't mean we won't have a tornado warning, but this is just showing you that not a classic springtime severe weather setup. It's just a strong line of storms coming through that has had a history of producing hail and wind damage back in Alabama, Mississippi during the overnight hours and this morning, and now it's moving into Middle Georgia. So this is what we're going to continue to watch. Excuse me. And then it's just going to be an active afternoon. Lots of rain, lots of lightning with these storms. Thousands upon thousands of strikes of lightning are occurring across Georgia right now. You know, lightning can be very dangerous within these storms. They can strike your home, cause several home fires. We had that with that last event. Hopefully we don't have anything like that. So take these storms very seriously, and we're going to be keeping an eye on them throughout the rest of the afternoon. We'll slow it down. We'll actually stop it and do a little zoom in, give everybody a heads up. Again, here's that heavy downpour right over downtown Macon. Nothing severe. This is just a shower. It's not even a thunderstorm because there's no lightning showing up. And then as we slide off towards the north and west, here's that severe thunderstorm warning. Storms in Manchester right now, but it's going to be heading right up into Thomaston and Upson County. Winds 60 miles per hour. You see the brighter shades of red. That's where that heaviest rainfall could be. That's where some of that hail could be, and that's going to continue to make its way off towards the north and east. So Hendricks, Rowland, you got Sunset Village over in Upson County, Atwater, Hannah's Mill. This again will be tracking your direction. And again, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, which means winds of possibly 60 miles per hour and hail up to 1 inch in size. If it continues off towards the east, you just love giving a downstream perspective. Barnesville, you're up next. Forsyth, excuse me, Culloden, you're going to be in the crosshairs of this storm. Again, it's barely clipping Lamar County, but you can just see this will continue to slide off towards the north and west, or excuse me, north and east. Storms are moving about 45 miles per hour. Big picture, again, from North Georgia all the way down to the Gulf Coast, you got this line of strong to severe storms moving through. A couple of tornado warnings involved. Nothing in Middle Georgia as far as tornado warnings, so that's certainly some great news. And then when we go back to look at the radar here locally, portions of Butts County, so not a good drive up 75, Upson County and Lamar County. Got some strong storms coming out of Butler County we'll have to watch. That could make it into Crawford County. And anything out ahead of the main line, you always have to be cautious and worrisome with, because it's got its own inflow. It's not fighting with these other storms for that energy. And again, instability, it's up today because we are dealing with that daytime heating. So that's what we continue to track. You do see these stronger storms off towards the west coming across the Chattahoochee River as we speak. Heads up, these will be affecting Taylor County, Macon County, Sly County, Sumter County, Peach, Warner Robins. And I think for most of Middle Georgia, this core threat, Bibb County, Houston County, Peach County, within the next hour. So between 1 and 2, likely when we're going to be seeing this band of strong storms coming through, and it will quickly be in and out of here. Sure, you're still going to get rain on the backside of it, a lot of lightning, but the severe weather threat is strictly along and out ahead of this line. So that's what we're going to continue to watch as we head through the next couple of hours. And you are seeing a lot of showers developing out ahead of it. Hopefully none of these become thunderstorms or develop any severe characteristics. So that is what we're dealing with across Middle Georgia today. This is a one-day event. The rest of the week looks great. Actually, it's going to be very warm by the second half of the week. We're going to be talking upper 80s. We could see some low 90s. But today, it's all about what we are dealing with as we look for these strong storms moving through Middle Georgia. Again, damaging winds are the main threat. The tornado threat, relatively low. It's not zero. We always have to watch things very carefully. But we got that severe thunderstorm watch until 7 p.m. It's not going to last that long. The severe weather threat will actually be over with by then. It'll be shifting over into far east Georgia, the Carolinas, and down towards the coastal empire of Savannah. So for us in Middle Georgia, it's just the next few hours. You just got these severe thunderstorm warnings occurring right now. Winds 60 miles per hour. Just pay attention to them as we roll through the afternoon hours. And like I said, I'm glad this is a daytime event and not a nighttime event. The past 3 or 4 events here in Middle Georgia have been during the overnight hours, which is the worst time to have severe weather. I'll put a little track out on this, and we're gonna just track it over the next couple of hours. And then if we move out the next 2 hours, essentially, give you some thoughts on some communities. Thomaston, 101, but when you get closer to 75, you got Roberta at 152, downtown Macon about 221. It looks like when the worst of this line will be coming through. Warner Robins about 251. So unfortunately, it looks like a lot of these communities are going to be impacted when schools are getting ready to let out. So just be patient with that because it's going to be a messy afternoon across middle Georgia. Montezuma 232. You get Griffin at 115. It's currently 1258. Lizella 203. And again, this will continue to slide off towards the east. It'll be probably closer to 3 or 4 before we can start talking about Dodge County. You get down into Montgomery County and Lawrence County. But first off, we got to get through our western counties, our middle counties, and then our eastern counties. And that's just what we're going to be dealing with today, a line of strong storms as it continues to slide off towards the east. So we're going to be here all afternoon. Meteorologist Noah Hauck is joining me, and of course I'm Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett as we are tracking these severe storms. Noah's off camera right now, but he'll be up here as well as we track these storms moving through middle Georgia. Again, severe thunderstorm watch until 7 p.m. Just make sure you're paying attention to the weather. We're going to hop off and on here. We're watching what the Weather Service is saying as well. And we're going to keep the stream going all afternoon until the severe weather threat is over. If by chance we do get a tornado warning issued, of course we'll jump on air and we'll continue the stream, but we'll jump on air on Fox 24 and ABC 16. So that is what we're going to be dealing with the next couple of hours. Rain and strong storms coming through. You can follow us on social media. Noah is over there interacting with you on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, everything. Let us know what you're seeing. If you got any wind damage or any reports, we would love to hear about that so we can pass that on to the National Weather Service. But again, lots of lightning with these storms. With lightning, you got a lot of thunder. It's going to be that wind-shaking thunder with these storms coming through. So we're going to continue tracking things off camera, but we'll be jumping back and forth as the storms get closer and closer. But just a heads up, I'd go ahead in Lamar County, Monroe County, Jasper County, probably Jones County. You're going to be in the next warning. More warnings coming off from the south and east. But heavy rainfall, you see some of the warnings that quickly are expiring. But right now, it's Upson and Lamar County, and then heads up Butler County, Crawford County. You're going to be watching these storms as well. And then our northern counties. It looks like that tornado warning was allowed to expire up in Spalding and Henry County, so that's certainly some great news. We don't want to be dealing with tornado warnings, but they did have at least a confirmed tornado near Peachtree City earlier, about 30 minutes ago. But we're going to continue to watch this off camera. Again, interact with us on social media. We'll be answering your questions, and hopefully we'll get through today with no major issues. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett, along with Meteorologist Noah Hauck. All right, all right, all right. We got our new severe thunderstorm warning right now. It is 1:24 on this Monday afternoon. I'm Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett along with Meteorologist Noah Hauck. And again, we're going to be tracking these strong storms as they make their way through middle Georgia. Noah's going to get up here in just a second. But again, got a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for northern Lamar County, northern Monroe County, Jasper, and Putnam County. And you see that this polygon, it has a darker shade on the inside. That's for winds maybe up to 70 miles per hour. So very destructive winds possible with this storm coming through. Do still have that severe thunderstorm warning for Upson County. And again, we'll likely see additional warnings issued across middle Georgia. We got to keep an eye on this activity out ahead of the main line over here. Anytime you get a severe thunderstorm or severe weather event and you get stuff developing out ahead of the main line, you got to watch that. Also, this storm in Crawford County, that'll be making its way into Bibb County. So again, just what we're watching. I'm going to hand this off to meteorologist Noah Hauck real quick, and he'll cover this the next few minutes for you.
Well, thank you, Ryan. Good afternoon, everyone. Like he was saying, I'm meteorologist Noah Hauck, and I've been over there sitting with the computers, having everything on social media, handling everything like that. So I'm just going to get up here, give him a little bit of a break while we go over all of this stuff as well. No, you're good. All right. Let's see. There we go. Okay. And yeah, like he was mentioning, did just get this new one up here in the northern portions of the mid-state. And we do have a couple of those showers out in front of all of these warnings as well. So here, we'll zoom into those as well. But you'll notice again, so some of these are showers out here. We did have one here in Macon not too long ago. So now they're starting to build up a little bit more as well, just a little out in the front of that line. We are going to be watching a couple of them. We have one right down here to the east of Abbeville that seems to have picked up a lightning strike or two. So we'll watch that closely to see if it happens to intensify, maybe warrant a warning or anything like that. And then we've got another one up here to the east of Gray as well, right over here, that's starting to pick up some lightning of its own. So we'll be watching those as well. And then we have this thunderstorm right down here, this warning right down here that was issued by the Tallahassee office. That's going to be right down to the southwestern area of the Sumter County, so not quite down into that yet. So we're still watching the one that's going to be in Upson County. There's one right on the border of Taylor County right here to the west of Butler. And then again, we still have the new one up here in Butts, Jasper, Putnam, a little bit into Monroe and Lamar as well. So we will just be watching these all very closely just to see, because we have seen a couple warnings be thrown out to the north of us up near Atlanta just for a couple quick spin ups. So we will just be watching as things progress. And I'll put a line on this to see where this could be within the next hour, because it is moving relatively quickly at about 60 miles an hour. So we're just going to stop it right to there, and then draw a line right out in the front here, all the way down. And then we'll bump it out to just about an hour. Give you a good idea for where this could be. All right. So right around 1:30, it looks like it could be closed in right around in Butler and Forsyth. Right out to 1:40 p.m. could be right around Roberta and Monticello. Then off towards 1:48, 1:50. It's going to be closing in near Montezuma and Marshallville. And then here in Macon itself, looks like it could be here right around 1:55, closing in on 2 o'clock. Where at 2, it'll be right near Buckhead. Then right off into 2:10 area, could be right near Milledgeville and Gordon. Then heading all the way off, closing in on 2:30, could be all the way near Cochran and Cary. So again, this system is moving at about 60 miles an hour the last time that we checked with the National Weather Service. So we will just be watching this, seeing how it does progress throughout the rest of today. And based on the current model data, it looks like it could be getting out of here, this main line. It could be getting out of here in Middle Georgia right around 6 p.m. And again, that's moving at 60 miles an hour. So we will just be watching it closely, seeing how it acts. So far for us here in Middle Georgia, it has just been those severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have the entirety of the mid-state under a severe thunderstorm watch. And again, there is a difference between a watch and a warning, but you'll notice here that the entirety of the pink color is going to be encompassing the entirety of our mid-state. So what is the difference between a severe thunderstorm watch and warning? Well, when you have a watch, that means you're going to have conditions are going to be favorable for the potential severe effects of a thunderstorm. So again, you're going to have things in a place that could potentially produce a severe thunderstorm, but now that we have some severe thunderstorm warnings out there, that means that they are going to have the characteristics of severe weather, which are going to be those winds of 60 miles an hour or more, possibly producing 1 inch in diameter hail or greater, and possibly even producing tornadoes as well. Thankfully, again, we still only have those severe thunderstorm warnings, so we haven't had a tornado warning yet, but with this kind of a system, there still is the chance that there could be a quick spin up or two, so we'll just have to watch it closely and make sure that if there is something like that, we are taking correct action and are doing everything of that nature. So we will just head back to the radar real quick and check up on things that way. All right, so it looks like they did expire the severe thunderstorm warning over to the off to the west of Taylor County, and even the one that was up in Upson as well. You'll notice that a big cluster of that lightning is now right over top of Thomaston, so I'll stop it as well. We'll zoom in just a little bit. So we'll see that a little bit of a cluster of that lightning is going to be just to the northeast of Thomaston, right over here. So that is the severe thunderstorm warning. That did just expire. And we also had one that was down to the west of Taylor County. So right over top of, I think that's Hauck, I want to say. Again, sorry if that pronunciation is wrong, but I believe that is pronounced Hauck. So this is where that the other severe thunderstorm warning was in place, but has now since expired. There is a little bit of lightning down near Buena Vista, but for now, it seems that the National Weather Service deems that it is not warranted for a warning. So now we are just primarily focusing on the warning that is now going to be up here. That is the most recent and newly issued severe thunderstorm warning. And ideally, I think it's going to be because of this cluster right here. That's going to be to the south of Jackson. It's going to be to the north of High Falls State Park and to the east of Orchard Hill. So that's where we see the biggest cluster of that lightning. Might be a little up to the east of McDonough as well, but for us here in Middle Georgia, primarily just going to be to the south of Jackson, to the north of High Falls State Park, and to the east of Orchard Hill. So we even do a little line for this one as well, just to give it a little bit of an idea. So right in front of where that lightning is, then we'll bump it out just 15 minutes just to see. All right, so over the next 15 minutes for the current severe thunderstorm warning, you can see that around 1:32 could be heading towards Pepperton, around 1:33 Indian Springs State Park, then off towards 1:36 could be closing in near on Sandy, and then right off to that 15-minute mark could be next to McElney's Crossroads and even closing in on Jasper County High School. So again, that's for the current severe thunderstorm warning over the next 15 minutes with the biggest cluster of that lightning. So still just looking over, looks like it's still just that one warning. And again, we still do have some of these showers out front that look like to be picking up some of that lightning. Looks like the one down near the northeast of Abbeville still just has 1 or 2 lightning strikes going on right now. So thankfully it doesn't look like it has intensified over the last 10 to 15 minutes. We'll still keep an eye on it as we head up north, close to the one that was to the northeast of Gray, now closing in on Milledgeville. There's still got a few lightning strikes there as well, but thankfully it doesn't look like it's nearly strong enough to warrant any type of warning. So again, it's just to the west of Milledgeville, to the north of Haddock, and to the east of Round Oak. But other than that, just watching the one warning off to our northern portions, and we'll even take a look actually on our Macon Skycam, see if we can see anything since it's pointed off to the west. Just check in with that as well. So it was raining here earlier, but that was just a shower. So we're still waiting for the main line of these storms to make it into Macon-Bibb. So we're still looking off towards our Atrium Health Hospital, which is faced off to our west. You'll notice these clouds are starting to make their way across, but still not any rain with that main line just quite yet. Our temperature, it is sitting right at 73 degrees, and our wind is out of the south-southwest at 11 miles an hour. And Ryan did mention this earlier, but thankfully our winds being out of the south-southwest here at the surface is better for not producing tornadoes. Typically, if you're wanting to have a tornado producing day, you're going to want to have your winds coming out of the southeast to help you have more of a backing wind, which means you're going to have those winds turning throughout the atmosphere as you go up throughout the different layers, but having them coming out of the southwest helps to inhibit that just a little bit more. So thankfully, that makes it for a less conducive day for tornadoes, but again, still can't completely rule that out either, so we will just have to keep an eye and make sure that all of these behave for at least hopefully through middle Georgia. So I'm just going to flip back to the radar real quick just to see if anything has changed. We still just have that one severe thunderstorm warning off to the north. So what we'll do is that we will leave the stream up for now and come back if anything is to change. Again, still just have the one off to the north, but some of these out in the front, if they happen to pick up some speed, maybe gain some intensity, it could throw out a warning in that regard. And of course, if a tornado warning is to be popped out as well, we will obviously come back up here and even go live on ABC 16 and Fox 24. But for the moment, again, just the one off to the north. So we will leave this up running, and if anything is changed, we will come back on here and update you guys. But we will still be on social media over on our Facebook and YouTube with our live streams. So if you have any questions, me and Ryan will be in the background being able to answer everything like that. But for now, it has been me, Meteorologist Noah Hauck, giving you an update with Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett.
It's Monday afternoon, and again, we're just watching these storms. Everything is behaving right now across middle Georgia, so that's certainly some great news. We do have that one severe thunderstorm warning that continues for northern Monroe County. That storm has really pushed over into Jasper County, so heads up Putnam County. And again, we are watching this line of storms. It is strong, producing a lot of lightning. Anytime you get kind of a wavy line, you just have to watch for those quick spin up tornadoes. So do you have that severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 7 p.m. But I'm going to tell you, as soon as this line passes your location, the severe weather threat is over. So still going to get rain and a lot of lightning, but the severe weather threat, it's along and out ahead of this line. Again, we're starting to get a lot of thunderstorms over into Washington County as well as Hancock County. We'll keep an eye on these. And then we still have to watch those storms down into southwest Georgia as they move up into our southwestern counties and then into middle Georgia. But again, we are watching heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning with these storms. The only tornado warnings we've seen were up in the Atlanta area, Henry and Spalding County, as well as Rockdale County. Everything for us in middle Georgia is behaving right now. But this storm could be producing winds 65 miles per hour, maybe up to 70 miles per hour. So a lot of lightning with this storm coming through and those very gusty winds. So there is the update. It's now just for eastern Jasper County and Putnam County. So heads up Eatonton, but Monticello, you are getting rocked and rolled right now with heavy rainfall, those gusty winds, and a lot of lightning. And actually the strongest winds are going to be on the leading edge of the storm. So just be mindful of that. The worst of the weather is going to be inside the storm with the lightning, heavy rainfall, maybe some small hail as well. But the strongest winds are on the leading edge of this. So that's now making its way over into Putnam County. But still, Jasper County, you do have a severe thunderstorm warning for at least the next few minutes. As we get down towards middle Georgia, it's raining in Monroe County, starting to get lots of thunder around here in Macon and across Bibb County. Gray, heavy rainfall, and watching a lot of lightning. These storms are producing tremendous amounts of lightning this afternoon, so be careful. There's going to be a lot of issues if we see any additional lightning. Strong storm coming out of Crawford County, so just a heads up, Lizella, Macon, that's going to be heading your direction within the next 30 minutes or so. I really think the worst of the weather is going to be coming through here in downtown Macon around 2:15 to 2:30. That's what we're going to be watching. And we'll put a track on this in just a second, but just showing you this leading edge. Crawford County now extending into southwestern Peach County. It's coming out of Taylor County and moving through northern Macon County. A lot of lightning with this storm, heavy rainfall, and these gusty winds will be heading over towards Houston County. So along Interstate 75, travel not going to be advised within the next few minutes as this storm makes its way really between Perry and Warner Robins. So you're looking right there around the Buc-ee's along Interstate 75. And then down towards the south, you got several severe thunderstorm warnings. This is down in the Albany area. Do have a tornado warning in Houston County, Alabama for the city of Dothan. That's going to be heading over towards the east. But for us in middle Georgia, the only active warning continues to be up in Jasper and Putnam County. And you're seeing a lot of heavy rainfall coming down in Shadydale. And again, this will be heading over into Eatonton to Highway 129, all of central Putnam County. We'll be watching this storm very carefully. And again, it's moving through the Oconee National Forest, Monticello. A lot of lightning around your location as we speak. And again, excuse me, I had to clear my throat, but that's what we're going to be watching. These are going to be heading over towards Lake Oconee and Lake Sinclair. No one needs to be out on the lake right now because you do have a thunderstorm between the two lakes essentially, but Lake Oconee feeds into Lake Sinclair along the Oconee River. So most of Lake Sinclair getting a lot of lightning as we roll through. But just watching things very carefully. Anywhere you see these little kinks in the line, we just have to watch. You can always get a quick spin-up tornado. If you get a bowing segment where it looks like a bow and arrow, you can get those strong gusty winds. The National Weather Service is doing a great job. They are putting out special weather statements for right now. That means winds maybe up to 50 miles per hour, so just below severe limits. But that can still cause tree and power issues. And again, the worst part of these storms about to head into downtown Macon. So just a heads up, we're actually getting into western portions of Bibb County as we speak, eastern portions of Crawford County, and then really around Fort Valley and Peach County. This is where we're going to be watching the storm as it slides off towards the east. Warner Robins, Perry, Byron, and then you're getting up towards Bon Air. So these storms, if they hold together, will continue, or if they hold together, they will hold together and move over into Twiggs and Wilkinson County. So just a heads up on that. We'll put a track on these. They're moving at 65 miles per hour. So this activity will be quickly in and out of here over the next couple of hours. That is certainly some great news. We want this out of here. It's a strictly daytime event. So over the next 30 minutes, this is just giving you an idea. 2 o'clock, Lizella, that's right now. It's coming through your location. Southwest High School at 2:08. Macon, so downtown Macon, approximately 2:09 is when we're going to be dealing with some of the worst weather coming through the mid-state. You got Robins Air Force Base at 2:15, Warner Robins itself at 2:12, Elko 2:22. You get over into Jeffersonville, over into Twiggs County at 2:28. Again, Byron 2:09, Haddock 2:06, Gray up here in Jones County at 2:01, and that's the leading edge. That's where we're likely most likely going to see those strongest winds. So that is what we are watching at this current moment. Another point of reference, how about Milledgeville at 2:18, and again, this is what we have to continue to watch over the next few minutes. These strong storms, not currently severe, but that doesn't mean they can't go severe. We've had several severe thunderstorm warnings so far, so we're going to continue to watch these over the next few hours. But I really think by 5 or 6 o'clock, by the time you're heading home, the weather, it's going to be improving. It's still going to be wet. Just be mindful that the roads are going to be wet. We do have that severe thunderstorm watch until 7 p.m., but I'll go ahead and tell you, you're already seeing it trimmed away off towards the west. So that line as it moves through, that's it. That's going to be it for Middle Georgia, and we'll start to see improving weather as we head through the next couple of hours once the storms get through, and the rest of this week looks pretty decent across Middle Georgia. In fact, we may have some record heat later this week, likely our first 90-degree readings later this week, but we'll worry about that later this week. We continue just to track these strong storms right now with that one severe thunderstorm warning continuing for Jasper as well as portions of Putnam County. That's where we're likely seeing some of those strong storms. And got a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Sumter County and Crisp County. So we'll watch these. These will likely get up into your area. I always have to watch things coming out of the south and west, out of the Albany area, and those will continue to track off towards these. Right now, Hancock, Washington County, tremendous amounts of lightning that extends down into Johnson County. Again, this is just out ahead of the main line. That's going to continue to lift off towards the north and east. The rest of us, we are just dealing with this line of storms coming through Middle Georgia. Again, it's 2:03. I'm Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett, just giving you an update. A lot of activity. This is, again, about to come through the population core of Middle Georgia. Bibb and Macon County, as well as Houston County, Peach County. This is where we have the most amount of people. So a lot of people are going to be hearing these storms, seeing these storms shortly. But good news is they are behaving. Still don't need to be outside. Still remain weather aware as we continue to watch this activity. They can go severe at any moment, but we are going to be seeing a lot of heavy rainfall with these storms, and that's certainly some good news. We need to wash away some of the pollen. The pollen count has been incredible the past few days across the mid-state. So good news is we need the rain, wash away the pollen. We do have the drought conditions ongoing across portions of Middle Georgia, but we don't want the severe weather threat, and we do have that severe weather threat. So that's what we are watching this evening. I'm here to tag teaming this with meteorologist Noah Hauck. But as of right now, everything is behaving. But of course, things can certainly change. Let us know what you're seeing. We're on social media. You can chime in with us. Let us know what you're seeing. If you see any damage, lightning, what kind of weather you're reporting, we'd love to hear that. We're on Facebook. We're streaming this on YouTube as well as WGXA.TV. But this is just where we're going to have to watch the next couple of hours. An active day of weather. It's springtime in Middle Georgia. this is what we have to deal with. And as we look at the HER model is what we call it, it's a little slow, so we really can't go by this, but this just gives you an idea. Even though it's usually about an hour or two slow, at 5 o'clock it's showing the activity already out of Middle Georgia. So good news is this is moving through very quickly, not expecting any flooding issues. There can't be, that doesn't mean we won't see some isolated flash flooding. Again, these are tropical downpours with these storms, and again, lots of lightning with them. So that is our main concern right now, is the amount of lightning we're seeing and the potential threat for strong gusty winds. 50 to 60 miles per hour, certainly possible. And like I said, coming through the heart of Middle Georgia as we speak, that's what we're going to be watching. And we're just going to stick with this. If we do, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. So there it is. We saw with that Boeing segment. So this does include Bibb County, Peach County, Crawford County, Houston County, Twiggs County, Wilkinson County, and northern portions of Bleckley County. Winds look like they're going to be to 60 miles per hour. We'll check with the Weather Service real quick and see what the actual warning does say. Excuse me. And again, a lot going on. We've had a lot of issues up in the Atlanta area, just south of Atlanta. So we got this new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to go until 2:45. Winds of 60 miles per hour. So again, this is what we are watching. So we're just going to stick with this as we continue to watch this. You got a little bit of a Boeing segment right here. So you're likely going to be seeing winds 60 miles per hour, and that's why the National Weather Service now has issued that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, does include downtown Macon, the southern portions of Bibb County, the northern, essentially 2/3 of Houston County, Perry, Warner Robins, Byron, you're included in this, Peach County, and again, gusty winds. That's going to be the main concern. Isolated tornado threat, yes, it continues, but we're going to be watching this, and this is about to cross Interstate 75, and then that will head over into Twiggs County. So you need to be going to your safe place in these areas. I know it's not a tornado warning, but you should take severe thunderstorm warnings just as seriously as you do these tornado warnings, because winds of 60 miles per hour can knock down trees onto your house. They can knock down trees onto your car. Doesn't matter if a tornado or straight line winds did it. You lost your car. You have damage to your house. So that is what we are looking for as of right now. And this warning goes until 2:45. So it is 2:07 as we speak. And that is what we are watching, that severe thunderstorm now coming out of really Crawford and Peach County is where the worst of the weather is. And what we're going to do is I'm going to pull up the winds and just show you where we're likely seeing some of those strongest winds within this storm. And we'll keep an eye on things very carefully. As I said, anytime you get these Boeing segments, sometimes you can get an isolated tornado threat within it. But again, it's the winds with these storms, maybe up to 60 miles per hour. We're not seeing any issues as far as the potential for a tornado, but again, you just got to watch these areas. Just north of Byron, I'd be skeptical of that. That bothers me a little bit. So be mindful. We can get a tornado warning at any time within this line. But again, that's Byron, very near where Highway 80 ties in. Again, here's the Macon Airport. There's Rutland. Here's Robins Air Force Base, the city of Warner Robins. Just be careful with that storm. There's some rotation in there, and you just have to watch that very carefully. But yeah, wind 60 miles per hour moving through the mid-state, and that's why we do have that severe thunderstorm warning as we speak.
Not to interrupt you, but if you want to go look at the sky cam, you can kind of see that leading edge making its way on through Macon right now, actually, off to our west-northwest.
So we are looking, we've got our camera, which is right here, and that's a ominous sky. We're looking off towards the west-northwest wind. You're starting to see that lightning. Winds of 72 miles per hour. Again, we love our Wilson Bryant Heating and Air Skycast network because we can see the storms coming through, and you can see that rain falling, but that's a ominous sky rolling into downtown Macon as we speak. Anybody downtown, you don't need to be driving. You need to be in the buildings downtown seeking shelter because you could have these winds of 60 miles per hour. We're about to see the rain pick up. It's going to be sheets of rain, and again, that very heavy lightning activity And again, wind 60 miles per hour, that's going to be an issue. So that is what we are tracking currently at this time with these strong storms rolling through middle Georgia. But 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that we continue to track. And right now we're just going to stick with this because this is moving through Bibb, Peach, and Houston County. And then you have the warning for Putnam County. Jasper County, you're still included in that, but the warned part of the storm, it's off to, there's the new warning. It's actually been extended over into Baldwin County as well as Hancock County. So new severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Putnam County, Hancock County, Baldwin County. We have the severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45 for Bibb County, Peach County, extreme eastern Crawford County, northern Houston County. You're getting into Bleckley, Wilkinson, and all of Twiggs County. You're included in this warning for winds of 60 miles per hour. Within this line, you could certainly be dealing with some small, quick spin-up tornadoes. We've seen that in the Atlanta area today that have been producing damage, knocking down trees. So that's why we're keeping an eye on these things. And we're going to keep this up. We're going to keep streaming. We're going to get you through this. But again, it is 2:10. I'm Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett, along with Meteorologist Noah Hauck. Live streaming severe weather as it rolls through middle Georgia as we speak. Lots of lightning. And if we do get a tornado warning, of course, we will jump onto our TV stations as well. That'll be Fox 24 and ABC 16. So even though we're not on air right now, we're still going to stream. But if we do get that tornado warning, we have to break into programming, just a FYI. So that's where you can catch us. But again, Hancock County, Baldwin County, and currently the rest of Putnam County, winds possibly up to 60 miles per hour with this storm. Winds 60 miles per hour with the storm. And if you watch this storm, it looks like it's intensifying a little bit right there near Byron as well as Warner Robins. The lightning output is increasing. So you always have to watch that. Thunderstorm will tell you what it's doing. If it's starting to increase its lightning output, a lot of times that means it's intensifying. So that is what we are watching with this. But no one needs to be on 341. No one needs to be on 75 in Bibb County, Peach County, Houston County, as these storms are producing a lot of heavy rainfall and those very gusty winds. And these storms are moving at about 65 miles per hour. So it's not going to last long. These are blowing through middle Georgia quickly. The severe weather threat will actually be over with by about 5 o'clock for all of middle Georgia. So that's certainly some good news, but we've got to get through this severe weather threat. We'll zoom in to Bibb County, seeing that worst of that weather coming through Lake Tubbasofkee right now. I'm going to bring back up the camera as these storms rolling through middle Georgia. You're seeing what we're seeing. So this will be live. NOAA is spinning it around. We're actually looking off towards the east. You can still see a little bit of daylight, but you got these very dark clouds moving into the mid-state. And within the next couple of minutes, the bottom is going to fall out here in middle Georgia, or should I say in downtown Macon, with that very heavy rainfall and those very gusty winds. Lots of lightning. We can hear the thunder and lightning here at our station. And again, our station is on MLK Jr. Boulevard here in downtown Macon, and start to hear the rain falling. So not a good little afternoon in middle Georgia because we are dealing with these very strong storms. But again, 72 degrees. It's a very warm and muggy day here in the mid-state, and that's why we are dealing with this threat for strong to severe storms. But see how quickly the rain is starting to fall here in the mid-state. Heavy rainfall. No one needs to be out traveling. We are continuing to watch this severe thunderstorm warning. It does include downtown Macon, but it really includes Houston County. So just things we're watching. Down towards the south, Sumter County, Macon County itself, Dooley County, you're starting to see storms developing. Crisp County, would not be surprised if we get additional warnings down here. And again, I expect since we have a warning here now, this will be extended over into Johnson County, Washington County. That's typically how it goes with these storms. However, if you're in Taylor County, Crawford County, Monroe, Lamar, Upson County, severe weather threat is over. Yes, it is still raining and thundering and lightning in your location, but the severe weather threat, it is along this band of storms as we speak, and that is what we are watching roll through the mid-state currently at the moment. I'm going to go back in and just look at the velocity. The velocity tells us which way the winds are moving within the storm, and that is very suspicious to me. Right here. I know we don't have an official or tornado warning out, but that's rotation to me. And so if you are very near, this is going to be coming across the Tyson chicken plant right there along 75, just to the east of it. There's the downtown airport, Robins Air Force Base, Warner Robins itself. That is rotation to me, and I would not be surprised if we get a tornado warning issued for this. So be in your safe place. I know there's no official tornado warning right now, but again, you have to watch these things. These are going to be these quick spin-up tornadoes, and so we're just going to stay with this. This is really moving out of Peach County as far as the wind and rotation, but it's that very heavy rainfall continuing back through Byron and Fort Valley. And again, that's got me worried. We'll see what the Weather Service is saying about that, Noah. So they're probably talking. There it is. So there it is. Let's get in programming for me. Again, WGXA and EGXA. So again, we're going into live severe weather coverage. We do have a tornado warning for portions of Bibb County and Houston County, as well as Peach County. So severe thunderstorm warning now capable of producing a tornado was located right along Interstate 75, and this is the area of concern. So this is what we are watching right now. And Noah's getting this pulled up on TV as we speak. So it's going to be very near Sardis Church Road, Hartley Bridge Road. There's Sardis Church Road where it drops down. Highway 49, this is going to be Interstate 75. And then again, this is what we are looking. Sardis Church Road, North Houston Lake Road. This is the area of concern. Be in your safe place. Also, there's an area of rotation to the south of this. Here's Northside High School. So we got two areas of concern we're going to be watching with this storm as we speak. And then again, this is what we're watching. This is mainly in northern Houston County, southern Bibb County, and now moving over towards Twiggs County. So two areas of concern, two areas of rotation we are watching as we speak. And again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett, along with Meteorologist Noah Hauck. We're breaking into programming because we now have a tornado warning for portions of Houston County as well as Bibb County, and this does include Robins Air Force Base, does not include the city of Warner Robins itself, Watson Boulevard. This is just to the north of you. So you got two areas of rotation. You got one here, one here. Here's the city of Centerville, and again, this is what the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for. Alberta, you've got to be in your safe place. Here's Highway 129, of course, drops you from Macon down into western or the eastern portions of right there near the Air Force Base. So again, Robins Air Force Base, you are now included in this tornado warning. So Noah, give me the specifics on that warning. So as it's coming through. But
yeah, I gotcha.
Again, Bibb County, Houston County, this is now east of Peach County, but two areas of concern. You got Sardis Church Road, and then you'll cross over in Highway 129, and then you get another area just to the east of Centerville. So both of these areas, there's a live scan. Moving through just south of the airport is the area of greatest concern. Go ahead, Noah.
Yeah, so just looking at the National Weather Service, they said that this warning is until 2:45 p.m. today. Just was issued a couple minutes ago, and it says that this storm is just 10 miles south of Macon, like you just were mentioning. It's moving east at 35 miles an hour, and currently is just radar indicated. So we'll be looking, especially me over here, I'll look at the debris signature myself just to see if I see anything, but right now, still just radar indicated. But yeah, it'll expire right around 2:45.
All right, thank you very much. So again, tornado warning for Bibb and Houston County. This is hugging the county line as we speak. This black line, north of that is Bibb County. South of that is Houston County. This is Twiggs County. So you see Reeds, you see Interstate 16, here's Ripley, you get down towards Marion. This is going to be moving your direction. And that's a pretty good signature of rotation. And again, rotation is winds moving towards the radar and away from radar. Where you get green, that is inbound, red is outbound. very near the Macon Airport, the Macon Regional Airport. That is where we're seeing this greatest sign of circulation. What we've been seeing all day, quick, short-lived spin-up tornadoes. That's likely what we're going to be dealing with within this storm, but that's a pretty good sign, a strong sign of rotation. And the good news is we're getting a good shot of this. We're getting a good look of this because the radar that's scanning this is just over in the Jeffersonville. So the radar beam, it's relatively low. It's getting a good scan and showing that there is rotation pretty low in this storm, and that's why the National Weather Service is actually going with this tornado warning, again, for portions of Bibb as well as Houston County. And this is it. This is moving right along Highway 129. This is 129. Connects Warner Robins to downtown Macon. A lot of people travel this road. You do not need to be on this road. Reeds, Robin Air Force Base. You get over into Marion, Ripley, got to be in your safe place. Travel along Interstate 16, not recommended. Highway 23, you do not need to be out and about. But this storm continues to track off towards the east. There's the update to the warning. So it's been updated. It does include Jeffersonville, but again, the area of concern very near the Macon Airport. Just off the runway, essentially, is where the greatest sign of rotation is. And this is going to continue to track off towards the east as we head through the next few minutes. Strong evidence of rotation. Again, it's about to cross. This is the Ocmulgee River. Once it crosses the Ocmulgee River, that's Twiggs County. So there's Sardis Church Road extension. Alberta, you've got to be in your safe place. This area of greatest rotation is now passing right over Alberta. You've got Macon Airport, and then again, this is Bibb County, this is northern Houston County. Here's actual Robins Air Force Base, and then again, you get over into Twiggs County. Community of Reeds, you're up next. This is about to move into the swampy area along the Ocmulgee River, so thankfully not a lot of population right here, but once you get out of the swamp, you do have higher population as you get over towards Highway 23. Very strong signs of rotation, and there's still rotation near Robins Air Force Base. So again, quick spin-up tornadoes, that is what we are watching with this storm as it continues to slide off towards the east. So that's not what you want to see if you're not wanting a tornado. Red, it's outbound. Green is inbound. Strong evidence of rotation currently right over Highway 129 in southern Bibb County and northern Houston County, about to cross over into Twiggs County. I know you're probably hearing the sirens here in Bibb County, downtown Macon. This storm not impacting you. This part of the storm is not impacting you. Now, yes, we do have wind, thunder, lots of lightning moving through downtown Macon. You're seeing that in Warner Robins as well. But our main area of concern continues to be this area of rotation, which is a radar-indicated tornado. That's what the National Weather Service is saying. And that's rotation. That, beyond a shadow of a doubt, this storm is rotating. We just have to wait and see. Hopefully it is not producing a tornado. No confirmed damage yet. No signs of debris being lofted. So that is certainly some good news. The National Weather Service office does an incredible job issuing these warnings. But we were watching this storm. It was rotating. We thought we may get a tornado warning on it, and we certainly have one now. But again, this is Bibb County, Houston County, Twiggs County. Really, this is about to completely shift over into Twiggs County. So I'll be able to give you the all clear in Bibb as well as Houston County. And there it is. I would say the greatest chance for a tornado is now over into Twiggs County. I'll redraw this circle for you and give you a general idea. Of course, if you're in the path of this storm, we always say a small interior room, away from windows, away from doors. Can't stay in a mobile home. Now, it's the middle of the afternoon. A lot of kids are in school. That's probably the best place they should be. School's going to be letting out here shortly, but these schools provide a lot of protection. They're well-built structures a lot of times. Anybody at home can't be in a mobile home, but if you do have a small interior room away from windows, away from doors, that's the best place to be. Can't be in a car. I know this is about to cross Interstate 16, Highway 23. This is what we're going to continue to watch. There's the community of Reeds. You need to be in your safe place. Jeffersonville, you need to be in your safe place. Ripley, you need to be in your safe place. Fitzpatrick, you're actually included in this warning. Marion, you are as well. But Bullard, this is just north of you. And again, the area of concern continues to be where we are seeing this greatest rotation just south and east of the Reeds community, moving into Twiggs County. This should be crossing 23 as we speak. Up next, Interstate 16. Noah, make sure I'm not getting tunnel vision and there's anything else going on with any of those other storms that we have severe thunderstorm warnings on. But with this signs of rotation, I just think we need to stick with this storm.
Oh yeah, you're good. I'm checking them right now, and this is still the only thing prominent. And as well for debris, so far I'm not seeing anything on my side. And we do have a couple of reports as well on Facebook of sirens in Warner Robins, and then sirens near Hilltop Elementary School as well.
All right, that's great. The sirens are going off. As far as Warner Robins, the threat for a tornado, it's passed. It's past Robins Air Force Base. This is Bibb County. Bibb County, you're in the clear from this warning now. Yes, you still have the warning, but the potential for a tornado is now off towards your east. I just got an update on that. Did the radar just go down? 'Cause that is interesting. But again, we're going to continue to track where it was. And again, Highway 23 south of Reeds. Is that a new severe thunderstorm warning? Let me pull back out and we'll see. All right. So big picture, Macon, heavy rainfall, lots of winds. Houston County, sirens are going off in Warner Robins. The tornadic part of this storm is now over into Twiggs County. Still dealing with the severe winds, maybe up to 60 miles per hour. Heavy rainfall in downtown Macon, but the tornadic part of the storm is now over into Twiggs County, heading towards Jeffersonville along US Highway 80. It's about to cross Interstate 16, and then it is crossing Highway 23 as we speak. The area of concern. May have to switch the radar. All right, it's back. Good news is the circulation not as prominent as it was, not as impressive looking when we are looking for the threat for tornadoes. So, but still, anywhere within this is what you have to watch with this storm coming through. Here's Jeffersonville. That's actually where the Robins Air Force Base radar is, and that's the radar we're using for this storm. But the rotation along Highway 23, getting ready to cross Interstate 16. This is completely a Twiggs County storm now. Marion, Ripley, you're up next as this storm crosses Interstate 16. This is, you see Reeds right up here, Interstate 16. Rotation, not as prominent as it was. That's good news. We don't want to see strong rotations. But again, we continue to see rotation within this storm. And these aren't going to be these long track tornadoes. These are going to be these quick, short-lived spin-up tornadoes that last just a few minutes. They're embedded within a line of storms. A squall line is essentially what we have moving through middle Georgia right now. Still call it a squall line, but we actually call it a QLCS now, which is a quasi-linear convective system. But you got a severe thunderstorm warning, Baldwin and Putnam County, as well as Hancock County. And then you have the severe thunderstorm warning for the storms rolling through Warner Robins as we speak. But the tornadic part of the storm, it's in Twiggs County specifically, right along Interstate 16. And then no active warnings for Sumter, Dooley, as well as southern Houston County. But I would not be surprised if we get a warning issued for that. So that is what we are looking for right now. Anywhere within this line of storms, you get these little kinks. It's like a wave line, and where you get these little kinks, that's where you could get those tornadoes developing, and that's where we saw rotation with this storm as it was coming out of Peach County very near Byron and getting into Houston County, and then crossing 75. Then the National Weather Service issued that tornado warning. So that's going to continue until 2:45. It is coming up on 2:30 right now. Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett along with Meteorologist Noah Hauck. Now I will tell you, the good news is north and west of Macon, severe weather threat is over. Monticello, Forsyth, Thomaston, Butler, Montezuma, no more severe weather threat. This is along and out ahead of this line is where you have to watch for that threat for severe weather. So yes, it's still going to rain for a couple of more hours, but the threat for severe weather is now really from Macon off towards the east. And again, our greatest concern continues to be that Twiggs County part of that storm that has been rotating. There's the new update to the current severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like they have dropped most of Bibb County out of it. That's good news. Most of Houston County is out of it. So this is the back edge of that warning, but it continues to extend over into portions of Bibb County near Dry Branch, the Geico headquarters, McIntyre, Irwinton, Gordon. As you get over into Wilkinson County, Jeffersonville, you're included in the warning, both the tornado and the severe thunderstorm warning. You get down towards Danville, Cary, Bon Air. Really the storm threat now east of Highway 129. Yes, currently in Warner Robins, tremendous amounts of rainfall, a lot of lightning. We're getting that in downtown Macon at our TV station, but the main area of concern as far as the tornadic threat is now currently into Twiggs County and will continue to slide off towards the east. Maybe we won't see an extension of this. Then you get down towards the south, strong storms, Elko, Unadilla, Vienna, Byronville, heavy rainfall. We'll be watching these. And these storms, all these have to work their way off towards the east. We're talking Dodge County, Telfair County, not much going on right now. You're up next with this line of storms coming through. If you look down towards the south, you do get a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings down into Lee County, Daughtry County. These will be working off towards the east, but the individual storms are moving off towards the north and east. But the line of storms itself moving through at 65 miles per hour. So that is what we are dealing with this storm. And then you get off towards the north. Putnam County, you're in the clear as far as this warning. This warning is strictly a Hancock County and northern portions of Baldwin County, very near Milledgeville, seeing that heaviest rainfall, those strong gusty winds. Putnam, Jasper, Butts County, Lamar, Monroe County, rain's coming down in buckets. It's raining, it's thundering, it's lightning. The severe weather threat is over for your location. It is strictly along and out ahead of this line of storms where we continue to have to watch this area of activity. And again, a lot of lightning with these storms. These storms are producing a lot of lightning, lots of lightning, window shaking, thunder. You're getting these gusty winds, some reports of hail, and again, occasionally you get these quick spin-up tornadoes, and that is what we continue to deal with. So as we go back into the tornado warning, it continues for Twiggs County until 2:45. So approximately about 13 minutes left on this warning. And again, this is the reflectivity. This is what we are looking for. This is showing the rain. When you take this off and you zoom in and you use the winds, there's still rotation in this storm. You have to watch this. A lot of times we say thunderstorms are cyclical. They increase in intensity, they decrease in intensity. When you get rotating areas, same thing. And you just see the extension of this tornado warning, not extension, but the continuation continues. And again, it's now east of Highway 23 coming across Interstate 16. It's going to be this area of concern. Not strong rotation, but still enough rotation that the weather surface is continuing this warning. Marion, Ripley, you got to be in your safe place. This will be coming along Bullard Road, which gets you right into Jeffersonville. Here's Twiggs County High School, and again, this is the radar itself that we're looking at the storm with as we continue through this tornado warning for Twiggs County specifically. And that's what we're going to continue to watch for over the next few minutes. Good news is, as we look up and down the line, a line of storms, not seeing any additional areas of concern, but still, you got to watch things very carefully, not seeing strong evidence of rotation, but Before this warning got issued, it looked interesting. It looked suspicious. And I would say the area of rotation is now east of Interstate 16. This is the area of concern. And you're starting to get a lot of pixelation. And why you're seeing that is because you're getting so close to the radar site. And again, the radar site is in Jeffersonville. So I still see rotation. NOAA still sees rotation, but this is going to be the area of concern. The Weather Service is still seeing enough rotation that we are going to stick with this warning at least until 2:45 as it's working its way through Twiggs County.
And I've got an update as well.
All right, go ahead.
So I've been checking the debris tracker as well, just to make sure we're covering all the bases. Still not seeing anything significant, like you said, and the National Weather Service is agreeing with you, saying that they're noticing the rotation in Twiggs is starting to weaken, and they're going to try and let it expire as long as nothing begins to spin up again or strengthen.
All right, thank you very much. And again, it's 2:35. This warning goes until 2:45. So we'll stick with this for 10 more minutes, but here's some of those locations. You got White Springs Church Road. This is Marion Ripley Road, and that'll continue off towards the north and east. Again, you need to be in your safe place. Small interior room, away from windows, away from doors, as the storm continues to slide off towards the east. From Berrien over towards Jeffersonville, you got Bullard Road. This is passing just to the north of that, but you still need to be in your safe place. And again, there's the rotation. It's not as strong or evident as it was, but like I said, these things cycle up in intensity and cycle down in intensity. Weather Service, as Noah was saying, says it's weakening, but that doesn't mean it can't re-intensify. So this is what we're going to continue to watch closely the next few minutes as this storm, now strictly in Twiggs County. Here's Interstate 16. This is completely east of Interstate 16. Now it's going to be working and off towards the north and east. Next major road in its path is going to be US 80. It's going to be dropping you from Ripley down towards Jeffersonville. So just giving you a heads up, this is Twiggs County. This is Wilkinson County. But again, this warning is strictly for Twiggs County as we speak. And hopefully in 8 minutes, this warning will be allowed to expire, but you just have to watch these storms. Mini spinnies a lot of times are what we call these things. They rotate quickly. They will drop a tornado. No evidence of a tornado drop with this. This has been radar indicated the whole time, which is certainly some great news. But from Marion to Jeffersonville, Bullard Road, need to be in your safe place. North of Bullard Road, you get up into you get towards, actually go in a lot closer for these. There's the White Springs Road, there's the Marion Ripley Road. And again, I apologize for the pixelation, but we're getting so close to the radar, and the radar is seeing this rotation. This rotation is fairly low with the amount of rotation we're still seeing, so that's why you're getting these pixelations. We may have to switch it back to the Peachtree City radar just because the radar is so close. But I like this shot. Here's the radar itself. Twiggs County High School, which is in downtown Jeffersonville. This is off towards your east and west, and this is going to continue to move off towards the north and west. So that's the area of concern right now. It's east of Interstate 16. And again, as Noah was saying, the Weather Service doesn't plan on issuing a new warning, which would take it over into Wilkinson County. But still, there is rotation within this storm. If it begins to tighten back up, get brighter, and really start to see an impressive couplet on it, they could certainly issue another tornado warning. But this is mainly north of Marion, that area of concern. It's going to be between, it's actually right now, I would say, between Ripley and Jeffersonville, north of Marion. So in this location just east of or west of US 80, that's the area of concern, and not seeing any other signs of rotation within this storm. So that's certainly some good news. So we pull back out. I'll show you big picture. Once again, we continue to track a line of strong to severe storms moving through middle Georgia as we speak. Macon, off towards the west, you're in the clear. Severe weather threat is over. This includes you. Macon County itself with Montezuma, Taylor County, Peach County, Crawford County, Bibb County, Jones County, Jasper, Putnam County, Butts County, Monroe County, Lamar County, and Upson County. Still raining, still thundering and lightning, but the severe weather threat is over for you. We're still going to be dealing with this rain. Severe weather threat continues for Hancock County down to Twiggs County and Chris County off towards the east. Dublin, Eastman, Vidalia, you get down towards Lumber City, Wrightsville. Just be mindful. Soperton, you still got to get through these lines before we can give you the all clear. But the system is quickly moving through middle Georgia. Certainly some great news. We don't want to have to deal with it very long. It's washing away a lot of that pollen. That's certainly some great news. But as of right now, this one tornado warning doesn't look as impressive as it did on the radar as far as what we would like to see, not like to see, but what we look for when it comes to the threat for a tornado. Warner Robins, Macon, this is east of you. Still raining very heavily in downtown Macon. And Noah, you just got there's the new tornado warning.
That's what I was going to tell you about. The National Weather Service was saying that they're going to extend it because the rotation is still somewhat weak, but they still see the rotation as being tight.
All right, so we now have a tornado warning. This is a new tornado warning. Twiggs County, Wilkinson County. Good news is it's a very small polygon. If you're in McIntyre, Gordon, Ivy, this does not include you. Coney, just off towards your east or west is where you have to be watching this. Jeffersonville, you're still included in this. Irwington, you're included in this polygon. Anywhere within this polygon, you need to be in your safe place. We'll go back and look at the, it's coming right over Jeffersonville as we speak. So small interior room, away from windows, away from doors, and this doesn't look great. This is a very messy shot because we are looking at it right beside the radar. This is passing very near Jeffersonville, Twiggs County High School. The new warning does include Ripley, doesn't include Marion. So if you are west of Ripley, back into Marion, this threat for a tornado is now east of you. Now, so we look off towards the east, there's Nicholsville. This is in Wilkinson County. You got Highway 441, State Highway 112. The area of concern is very near the radar site as we speak. So what we've been tracking is rotation moving off towards the north and east at approximately 65 miles per hour. Very near Bullard Road. It's coming across Highway 80 as we speak, where you're seeing these brighter shades of green. That's showing you there's very strong winds coming towards the radar. That's the radar beam. So this is updating constantly as the radar continues to spin and scan this. But this is going to continue to slide off towards the north and east at 65 miles per hour. Just goes into Wilkinson County. That's good news. You're not worried about it yet as we get over into Washington County, Johnson County, or Lawrence County. This is strictly in Twiggs County heading into Wilkinson County. McIntyre, Gordon, Ivy, you're okay from this storm. Yes, you're getting a lot of lightning. You're getting a lot of heavy rainfall. But the area of concern with this storm is down near Jeffersonville. It's going to be closer to Irwington and Nicholsville. Actually, it's going to split Irwington and Nicholsville as far as the path of this storm. And as it moves away from the radar, we'll actually get a better look of this storm. And actually, I'm going to pull off the radar data real quick. See if I can get one of the Peachtree City radar, because I do not like how this looks because it's so messy as we speak. So all right, turning off the robins. So there we go. Excuse me, we're looking at this with the Peachtree City radar. So this is going to be up in Peachtree City in the Atlanta area. There's the rotation they were talking about. So this is just now east of Jeffersonville is where I am seeing it. That's the area of concern. You got the red inbound, the green outbound. Here's Highway 96. It's east of US 80 right now. J.R. Sims Road, this looks to be where that greatest area of concern would be. And again, we're looking at this from the Atlanta radar right now because the Jeffersonville radar is too close and we really can't get a good look at this. So sometimes we get that donut hole, but there's the rotation. That's what we're looking for as that radar scan continues. So right along State Highway 96, US 80 drops you down towards the south. So here's Jeffersonville, Twiggs County High School, right in downtown Jeffersonville. And again, this is what we're going to be watching this as we roll through the next few minutes with this storm. And as soon as it gets away from the radar, I'll turn the Peachtree City radar back on, and we can get the Robbins Air Force Base radar back on. But again, this is the one tornado warning we are tracking: Twiggs County, Wilkinson County, and it literally looks like the area of concern is about to completely move out of Twiggs County and head over into Wilkinson County. So that is what we are watching with this storm. You see Toomsboro, Irvington, you got Nicholsville right here where 441 and 127 intersect. But right now, the greatest area of concern, and it's weak rotation. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see something big and bright that really stands out to us, but it's moving along Highway 96. Again, if you're in Wilkinson County, small interior room, away from windows, away from doors. As we pull out, it's a very small slither of Wilkinson County. Most of the county is void of this tornado warning. It is really just through these central portions that we are watching. And again, that rotation, I would say it's now over into Wilkinson County strictly. So we'll go back in, just look at that. Again, it's hard to tell because the storm is so far away from the radar. And what I'll do is I'll actually turn the Robbins Air Force Base radar back on, hopefully give us a better look now that it's kind of moving away from the radar. So that is what we do. Still not a great look into the storm. It's still very pixelated. So I'll turn it back off just for a second. But this is going to be the area of concern to me, very near Highway 96, and that's going to continue working up towards US Highway 441. So that is what we are looking for. And I would say this is strictly in, there's your new severe thunderstorm warning, Noah. Again, strictly for Wilkinson County. So let's pull back out. We'll go look at all this real quick. Readjust, show you the big picture with that new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. Here we go. This new severe thunderstorm warning, it's for Pulaski County, Bleckley County, Dodge, Lawrence County, you get Johnson County, and southern portions of Washington County. Within this actual warning is a tornado warning that is moving into Wilkinson County specifically. This will be south of McIntyre. This is south of Gray and Ivy. This is north of Nicholsville. So this is what we are watching. Macon to Warner Robins, severe weather threat is over, off towards your west. That includes Forsyth, Roberta, Lizella. You're in the clear. Severe weather threat about to shift completely east of Interstate 75. I can't say that yet, just yet for Dooley and Crisp County, but if you are east of Interstate 75, there's the severe weather threat. West of Interstate 75, you're in the clear. Now we continue to have that severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 7 p.m., but notice these counties are quickly being trimmed away from this. I would expect probably the next 2 or 3 rows of counties to be moved out of this as soon as that new update comes out. That's good news. But the problem is we got to be dealing with this line of storms as it's rolling through the mid-state as we speak. And again, severe thunderstorms have been an issue today across the deep south overnight. Some reports of large hail, damaging winds. There's been a lot of damage back into around the Noonan area from a possible tornado earlier. So anything that's spinning today, you got to take very seriously because these storms do have a history of causing damage, and so you always have to be mindful of that. So from Sparta to Milledgeville, back towards really Jeffersonville and down towards Cordele, Vienna, east of you is where we're dealing with this threat for those strong storms continuing. So this is what we continue to watch as we speak. Noah, any update from the Weather Service?
Not that I've seen. Just a picture from someone over at 13. One of their viewers sent something in. But other than that, no.
Yeah. So we're watching.
Quiet in terms of updates.
All right. So we're watching the storm. It's in Wilkinson County. Here's Irwington. Here's 441. And again, here's Nicholsville. Greatest area of concern continues to be north and east of Jeffersonville now. I really think this is strictly over into Wilkinson County with this storm coming through. So anytime you get a tornado warning, small, into your room, away from windows, away from doors. But with this line of storms coming through, you should be watching for that anyway, with lots of gusty winds, lots of lightning. No one needs to be out traveling in this mess. It is very stormy across the mid-state. But like I said, this is moving through very quickly. I would expect everything to be out of here by 5 o'clock. We'll give you the all clear by 5 o'clock for all of middle Georgia. But the problem is you got to get this line of storms through as it continues to slide off towards the east. And again, Wilkinson County is where we're watching for that possible tornado. That's where you do have some rotation. But still, you have that severe thunderstorm warning, winds of 60 miles per hour, likely for the rest of Wilkinson County. You get into Washington County, Johnson County, Lawrence County, including Dudley, as well as Dublin, Bleckley County, northern portions of Dodge County. Watching these storms back into Crisp, as well as Dooley counties, we are going to be tracking a lot of lightning with these storms. They could go severe at any minute. We're getting special weather statements on some of these storms, so it's winds just below 60 miles per hour. So, all right, they just canceled part of the watch. So let's check on that. New update. There you go. Macon to Montezuma, Peach County, up to Putnam County. You're in the clear. Severe weather threat is over. This watch is quickly being trimmed away. That's great news. If you're south of east of Macon, along 16, you still have that severe weather threat. So that is what we're going to continue to watch with this line of storms coming through. But Macon, Forsyth, Monticello, you are in the clear. Still going to rain. It's still going to be raining. There's still thunder and lightning. If it's thundering, you don't need to be outside because thunder means lightning, and lightning can kill you as well. But sure, this rain's going to last another hour or two. The main concern that we're watching is this line of storms stretching from eastern Hancock County. Now I'm getting ready to move out of Hancock County, so that's good news, but still includes portions of Washington County, the rest of Washington County included in this tornado warning. And then when you look down towards Bleckley County, as well as Pulaski County, that's where we're seeing this strong thunderstorm rolling through. So we'll pause it. We'll look along the line itself, giving you some areas of where the storm could be. And again, this line of storm is moving at 60 miles per hour, so it's not going to stick around very long. And as it continues to slide off towards the east, this will give you the next 20 minutes. Some of the communities, you get Montrose at 255, Beach Hill 301, Trinity Christian School at 307, Dublin Country Club at 309, and Dublin Middle School at 309 as well. So that's where we're dealing with the severe thunderstorm part of this storm. The area of concern as far as the tornadic part of this storm in Wilkinson County is going to be kind of where you see this little indentions, what we call it. It's a little inflow notch. So this would be the area of concern. You got a little kink in this line where you get these little waves along this line. That's where you can get those quick spin-up tornadoes. We've been seeing it all day with this line of storms coming across Alabama as well as portions of Georgia. Good news is that tornado warning has been expired. That's great news. Doesn't mean you're safe, you're in the clear, but the tornado threat has ended. And again, that is what we are watching. Tremendous amounts of rain, lightning, McIntyre, Irwington, you're dealing with this storm. Jeffersonville, you're still dealing with this storm as far as heavy rainfall. I'm going to turn the radar back on real quick just to make sure we have it. Lots of lightning with these storms. And again, they're out of here. They're going to be out of here within the next hour or two, which is certainly some great news. That's what we want to see. We don't want a prolonged event where we're having to deal with flash flooding or anything like that. The rain, it's a welcome sight. We got drought conditions in portions of the mid-state, washing away the pollen. That is what we have been looking forward to for quite a while. Big picture from Georgia back towards the west. That's it. This is the severe weather threat, stretching from Greenville to east of Macon to Albany, down towards Tallahassee as we speak, off towards the east. Nothing else back behind it. We actually, if you see this little line right here, that's the actual cold front that will come through, and it'll bring cooler weather tonight. We'll be falling into the upper 40s and lower 50s tonight, but the rest of the week, it's going to be very warm. We'll be back into the upper 70s, low 80s tomorrow. I think we see our first 90-degree temperatures later this week. Record highs are in jeopardy later this week. But as of right now, we continue to track these storms moving through middle Georgia. Hancock County, Sparta, the worst of the weather is now shifting east of you. As we go down towards, say, Pulaski County, Hawkinsville, heavy rainfall in your location. A lot of lightning with this. You got the Bold Springs Nursery, Mobley Crossing. You get over towards Gooseneck, here you go. You got the Pulaski County Correctional Facility. You're getting tremendous amounts of rain with this storm as it's moving through, lightning, gusty winds, maybe even some hail with some of these storms. As we continue to slide off towards the north, you get into Bleckley County. Here's Cochran, there's Bleckley County Middle School. There's Royal, there's Porter, and then again, that is Colley Station Road as it continues to move off towards the east. Again, severe thunderstorm warning. Here's the community of Cary. There's Montrose, Dudley. So now you're getting into Lawrence County. Chester, this will be heading your direction. Dexter, Cadwell, you're going to be seeing this. Rents, you get over towards Dublin. Heavy rainfall heading your direction. And then you get farther off towards the east, you get into Treutlen County, Emmanuel County, and then down towards that way. These storms are all heading your direction. As you get down towards Dooley County as well as Chris County, lots of heavy rainfall. Cordele, right along Interstate 75. The worst of the weather is now east of Lake Blackshear. So this is right along 75. This will continue to head off towards the east. That'll get you into Wilcox County. Here's Rochelle. You'll be up next for these storms. Araby, moderate rainfall falling in your location, but for Araby, you are watching these storms off towards your south and west. These will be coming out of Lee County and then could be getting up into Chris County here shortly. But heavy rainfall, no active warning, but winds could be gusting to 50 miles per hour. Small hail certainly possible. Here's Dooley County. You got Vienna right along 75. Just not a good drive as we speak. And then as we head over towards Finlayson and Wallace, heavy rainfall starting to get into your location as you get into southern portions of Pulaski County. So that is what we are dealing with as we speak. Here is Dodge County, the city of Eastman. Pockets of heavy rainfall and lightning around you. Not currently in a severe thunderstorm warning, but you still need to remain weather vigilant. Cochran, Cary, Danville, very heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning. Those winds maybe to 60 miles per hour. And then you get up into Wilkinson County and Johnson County and southern portions of Washington County. You got the community of Oconee. This is the Oconee River dropping off towards the south. So all this rain moving your direction. And again, where you see these little kinks, that's where you have to watch for quick spin-up tornadoes. So that is what we're going to be watching for at least the next few minutes as the storm moves through Wilkinson County. And we're just going to stick with this for the next few minutes. So we are coming up on 3 o'clock as we continue to track this severe weather.
And I've got a report for you. Sorry.
Go ahead.
From someone in our National Weather Service chat, they said that there is a report of trees down on Route 247 on the bridge half a mile north of Alpharetta Road near the Houston County line. And it was reported about 20 minutes ago.
All right, so that would put it in line with what that, I send that to the newsroom, Noah, would put that in line with when we saw that warning for northern Houston County and southern Bibb County earlier. And this is that storm now. It's over into Wilkinson County. And again, that's going to be heading into southern portions of Washington County as well as Johnson County. So we are coming up on 3 o'clock. I'm Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett along with Meteorologist Noah Hauck. Broke into live programming on Fox 24 and ABC 16 because we did have a tornado warning issued for portions of Middle Georgia. It did include portions of Bibb and Houston County. Now, no active tornado warnings, but we continue to track this line of strong storms as it moves off towards the east. The worst of the weather right now stretching from Washington County into Wilkinson County, Bleckley, Pulaski County, eastern portions of Dooley County and Crisp County. This will continue to slide off towards the east. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a large portion of Middle Georgia. But the good news is, as soon as this line of storms, which we're highlighting, from Sparta to Cochran down towards Vienna, you're in the clear. Yes, it is still raining. Macon, Monticello, Jasper County, Putnam County, Thomaston, Forsyth, Butler, Montezuma. Severe weather threat is over. You can go about your business. Be careful. There could certainly be some trees down. There's maybe some power outages being reported, and we'll actually look at the power outage index. But no major signs of damage across Middle Georgia so far. We do have reports of some damage in northern Houston County, but that is what we are dealing with as we speak, as we continue to track these storms. And like I said, they will be out of here by 5 o'clock. It's going to be a much calmer evening here in the mid-state. A welcome sight, all this rainfall to wash away what has been record pollen for much of the state. Again, just looking at the power outage index, we'll see how some of these numbers are coming in. Hopefully not a lot of issues, but we do have power outages where you're seeing these yellow shadings showing you that there are some power outages. As of right now, Monroe County, nearly 3,000 reports of power outage, powers lost. Houston County, Peach County, over 2,000. Putnam County, you're getting over 1,000. And in Bibb County itself, 638. So people are losing power, but be patient as the co-ops as well as Georgia Power get out there. It has to be safe for their crews to get back out. So again, just be patient. This is not a major event, but they're going to be working hard to get that power back on for you. So as of right now, like I said, Monroe County, you had some strong winds in the northern part. We probably got some damage up that way. And let us know what you're seeing. A lot of reports coming in. Power, it'll be on back as quickly as they can. If it's safe where you are, show us what you're seeing. If you had any damage, if you saw anything, any cool weather pictures, any weather photos, be sure to send that to us. WGXA.TV/chime in, or you can scan this QR code right here, and we'll show those pictures off on air if you got any damage. But make sure if you're out and about, it's safe. The severe weather threat is over for you. Any flooded roads, anything like that. We need to hear that so we can report that back to the National Weather Service. And just to make sure they are aware of what's going on. So let us know. We would love to see your videos. We would love to see your photos. And it's quick and easy. You can scan the QR code. You don't even have to do that, but you can go to WGXA.TV/chime in and show us what you had today as these storms rolled through Middle Georgia. I'm sure we had a lot of scary looking clouds across the mid-state when we were looking at our camera here in downtown Macon as the storms were rolling through. The sky got pretty black there, but improving weather, that's what we're going to be dealing with the rest of this afternoon for most of Middle, or should I say for all of Middle Georgia. But we continue to track this line of strong storms in Wilkinson County, now Bleckley and Pulaski County, heading through Dodge, Lawrence County. And Noah, when you can, pull up that Lawrence County or the Dublin camera, and we'll look at it as well and make sure it's pointing off towards the west.
Yeah, I pointed it over there as well, so it should be looking over there now.
All right, so let's look at that. Maybe we'll get a good shot of what's coming into Dublin as we speak. And again, we're just going to ride this out for probably the next 30 minutes, about 3:30. We'll maybe send you back to programming, but there it is. We're looking off towards the west, 76 degrees on our Wilson Bryant Heating and Air Skycast Network. very ominous looking clouds. And again, that's out ahead. That's part of that severe thunderstorm that's going to be making its way through Dublin here shortly. Temperature 76 degrees, got that west-southwest wind. Low clouds, heavy rainfall with these clouds, but again, we are watching this very carefully. This will be making its way into Dublin here very shortly, but dark gray, blue, black clouds rolling through the mid-state out ahead of this line of storms, and this line of storms will continue to produce that very heavy rainfall. Got a lot of lightning. We'll leave this up for a minute, see if we do see any lightning. Yes, in Dublin you've already had some rain and some thunderstorm activity. It was out ahead of this main line. The main line's now getting ready to approach your area, and so that's what we're going to be watching over the next few minutes. So Lawrence County, you are included in that severe thunderstorm warning, and it does include the city of Dublin and Wrightsville, so over into Johnson County. But this is the area of concern right now. Good news is the warning for Hancock County has been allowed to expire. So now we're strictly watching this part of the storm. Wilkinson County, Bleckley, Pulaski County, that'll be heading over into Dodge, as well as Lawrence County and the rest of Washington County. A lot of lightning. That's what we're going to be watching with these storms, and then we continue to see this. I would not be surprised if we get, there it is. As I say it, they throw that new warning out. So they're just connecting the warning. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Chris County, Dooley County, Wilcox County, Dodge County, and the rest of Pulaski County, southern portions of Lawrence County as well. So ask and you shall receive. They just threw that out again. These storms are intensifying down this way. So Cordele, looks like Vienna, the worst of the weather just to the south and east of you. But within this line, you can get those winds of 60 miles per hour. You can get those winds that could produce tree and power issues. You can get some small hail, heavy rainfall, and tremendous amounts of lightning. Just an FYI, lightning has nothing to do with the severity of the storm. They don't issue warnings by the amount of lightning it's producing. That's just another part of the storm. For a storm to get a severe thunderstorm warning, it's got to be producing hail up to 1 inch in size. That's the size of a quarter, or winds of 58 miles per hour or greater. The other severe storm is a tornado warning. So we had that earlier, no current tornado warnings, but as I said, within this line, you have to watch for these little kinks, these little bowing segments, and as they continue to slide off towards these, hopefully we don't get any more of those. So as of right now, we've got many middle Georgia counties under severe thunderstorm warning. That does include Wilkinson, Washington, Johnson, Lawrence, portions of Twiggs, Bleckley, Pulaski, portions of Crisp, as well as by Dooley County, all of Wilcox County. You get into Dodge County, Lawrence County. All of these will continue to slide off towards the east. Be in your safe place. We're saying that because people need to take severe thunderstorm warnings just as seriously as they do tornado warnings. Again, this is going to be a quick hitting system. This is going to be out of here by 5 o'clock this afternoon. All of middle Georgia will be in the clear. Now from Macon to Forsyth to Montezuma, you're in the clear. The severe weather threat is over. This is strictly for our eastern counties right now, and this will continue to slide off towards these. Interstate 16, Interstate 75, not a good drive right now. So no one needs to be on either of those roads. So go in a little bit closer. We'll go into and just give you a general idea where we're seeing some of the strongest activity. Here's the leading edge of this storm coming out of Wilkinson County. So McIntyre, Irvington, the worst of the weather just off towards your east. Oconee, this is bearing down on you right now. Maybe winds of 60 miles per hour. This is the Oconee River that splits or separates Washington County from Wilkinson County. And then you get down into Johnson County. Wrightsville, it's in Johnson County. So this is heading your direction. Then when you slide down the line a little bit even more, strong thunderstorm off towards the north and east of Dublin. But when we're looking at Dublin, we're looking off towards the west. Dudley, a lot of rain coming through your location. Danville to Cary to Cochrane, heavy, heavy rainfall. The brighter shades of red you see, those darker shades of red you're seeing, that's that heaviest rainfall. That's where you're seeing those gusty winds. That's where you're seeing maybe some small hail mixing in. You continue down towards the south. just looks like we got a thunderstorm off towards starting to develop in portions of the area. Chester, Dexter, Rents, Cadwell, heavy rainfall. Noah, your mic's on, by the way. So there you go. Cochran, Hawkinsville, and that is what we are tracking. So we're going to continue to watch this over the next few minutes. What we're doing is we'll send it back to programming on our stations on Fox 24 and ABC 16, but we're going to continue streaming as we head through the next couple of hours as we get these storms through. So we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're actually streaming live on WGXA.tv. So again, that is what we are doing. If we get another tornado warning, we will hop back on air, but we're going to continue to track this activity as it slides off towards the south and east. And again, we are good to go as far as back just streaming. So again, we're going to continue to watch this as we roll through the next few minutes here in Middle Georgia. So it's 3:10. We've been tracking this line of severe storms rolling through, and it continues to slide off towards the east. So Noah, I'm going to let you breathe me for a second. So
Gotcha. Alrighty, I am meteorologist Noah Hauck. So I'm just going back on here, giving you guys continuation of the update. Like he was saying, we've still got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now. So again, we still have the one for, it's going to be Wilkinson, Twiggs, Bleckley, Dodge, Lawrence, Johnson, and Washington. That's the one that we've had before. The newest one is going to be down to our south. It's going to be here in Dodge, Pulaski, Dooley, Crisp, and Wilcox as well. We did have a couple off to the north, but they have thankfully expired and also moved off towards the east. So just watching these two severe thunderstorms at the moment and just making sure that if anything is to pop up again. We did have a tornado warning or two a little bit earlier in the stream and also live on our ABC 16 and Fox 24 affiliates. So we will just be keeping an eye on things as it does progress over the next couple of hours. And based on current model data and just how fast this system is moving, hopefully by 5 to 6 p.m., the leading edge will be out of here, relieving all of us here in Middle Georgia of the severe weather threat. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pause it for us, and then we are going to draw a line here. So I'm going to do it for just the warned area for now, just so we'll get a better idea of just exactly where this warned part will be heading off to. Just draw a line right down in here, and we'll take it out. We'll do about an hour, see how that looks. And there we go. Alrighty, so just taking a big look at both of the severe thunderstorm warned areas just over the next hour. We can see that maybe right around 3:15, it'll be making its way into East Dublin. Right around 3:22, it'll be making its way towards Wrightsville and Riddleville. Heading off to right around 3:30, we could see it heading off towards Chauncey and Soperton. Heading off a little bit further onto 3:40, around 3:45 as well. Could be heading its way off towards Little Oak-Mogi State Park, McRae, and even Swainsboro as well. Then heading a little bit further down towards 3:54, going to be right around the Montgomery State Prison. Then off towards 4 o'clock on the hour. It's going to be near Aileen. And then heading off to right around 4:10, just about an hour out from right now. It'll be close to Uvalde and Portal as well. And that'll be right outside of our viewing area. So could start to see some of us be getting out of this, or getting out of Middle Georgia as a whole with this severe weather threat. So again, this is what could happen. We'll be watching it as it moves its way on past. But so far, this storm has been moving right at 60 miles an hour based on what the National Weather Service is saying. So it's a fairly quick storm. And like Ryan had mentioned earlier, it has a kind of a wave pattern to it. And so when you have those indentations within the wave, you can start to see a little bit of a spin up, which is kind of what we had earlier with that tornado warning. So again, we'll just be watching it closely and seeing how it does behave over the next couple of hours as it begins to make its way through Middle Georgia and eventually out as well, leading to a little bit better weather as we head throughout this week. Now, we are under a severe thunderstorm watch for parts of the mid-state. It has been lifted for parts of us once they have made it past that main line of the storm. So we'll throw that up right now. And this is until 7 p.m. later on tonight, but like you'll notice, a big half of Middle Georgia is now outside of the severe thunderstorm watch because the main line has made its way past and there is no longer a threat for that severe weather. So we're still watching it. Again, it's now making its way right through here, just past Irwinton, heading its way towards Sandersville, Dublin. So just right about here where I'm putting my hand. So I'm sure in the next couple of hours, we'll start to see this also be tapered off. But for the moment, still going to be a lot of us within this severe thunderstorm watch, and this is still until 7 p.m. tonight. So we can also talk about the difference between a watch and a warning as well, because it could be a little bit confusing. So for a watch with this severe thunderstorm, you're going to have the conditions that are favorable for you to have a severe thunderstorm. But as you head over towards a warning, that means that you have all the conditions necessary and you do have a severe thunderstorm out there, whether it's because of 60-mile-an-hour plus winds, whether or not you have hail of 1 inch in diameter or bigger, or possibly even a tornado as well. And Ryan did mention this just a little bit ago as well, but the number of lightning strikes does not necessarily make a severe thunderstorm the severe. You're not going to have that be issued just solely based on the lightning, but it still can tell you how intense a storm is at the time. It's just isn't an indicator of whether or not you should be having a severe thunderstorm issued or not. But again, still just watching the 2 warnings that we still have for the area at the moment. We'll head back to that as well, take a quick look, make sure nothing has changed on us. We still do have a severe thunderstorm to the south of us as well. It's going to be to the northeast of Albany. I'll actually pause it to where it is to just right now, so we'll zoom in just a little bit here. So the one to the south of us that could make its way up into Middle Georgia, again, it's going to be to the northeast of Albany, to the east of Leesburg, to the west of Ashburn, and to the north of Sylvester, right to the south of Cordele and Araby. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, seeing if it happens to make its way over into the southern portions of the mid-state. And as we zoom in Cordele, you're going to be going right through that main line as well, heading up a little bit more north. Finlayson, you guys are also right on that line, as well as Wallace, you're right in there on that deep red color, so you're probably experiencing a lot of rain, probably some wind mixed in, and even some of that lightning that's just out towards the east of Wallace. As we make our way up a little bit north, we'll notice that Chester just went through that main line. Cochrane, you guys are still experiencing some of this main line weather as well, with a little bit of that lightning strike mixed in with there. And if we zoom in just a little bit, might be, okay, it is a little bit of that pink or white color, just a couple of dots there, so nothing significant. But if this were to grow with this color right here, that could be indicative of some hail. We have had reports of storms off to the west producing some sort of hail, so it's not completely out of the question entirely. We will just have to watch it and see whether or not that decides to intensify or not. Still a few lightning strikes associated with the coloring of that pink and white, but it is not currently within the severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like it might have been cut back a little bit. So now it's not going to be in Bleckley County, Twiggs, it's not going to be in Wilkinson anymore, so it has been cut back just a little bit. So now it's just going to be in these the eastern counties right over here. So Washington, Johnson, and down into Lawrence. So again, it was over here into these counties, but has since been cut back since that main line, the leading edge is now going to be moving in to these eastern counties right here. So that is good news. That means that these storms back here with this lightning over here isn't conducive enough to warrant a severe thunderstorm warning. Now we are going to have a bit of a cluster of lightning right in here to the south of Wrightsville. It's going to be right along Georgia Highway 15, just off to the west of it a little bit, to the northeast of Bruton, and then also to the east, the east of Route 319. Have a little bit of lightning up in there, and we also do have that pinkish color right in here, just to the right of Lowett and Bruton Lovett Road. So again, could be indicative of some hail in there, but it's not a very big area. So we will just have to see if we happen to get any reports of any hail, anything like that. Do have a few lightning strikes over near Oconee as it makes its way eastward towards Riddleville and Harrison. So you guys are up next over the next few minutes. And then as we make our way back down south, again, we have Dublin right next to that main line of storms. Looks like it's over in Montrose, Dudley, and Dexter. So I'm actually going to flip over to our sky cam and see if we can see anything as we have our camera face off to the west. Just let it load in right here. All right, it looks like it is actively raining there in Dublin right now. So it looks like that main line is starting to make its way on through. So again, the camera is shaking just a little bit because the winds are fairly strong out there, especially being under a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are in Dublin right now, you are experiencing this main line, or excuse me, the leading edge of this system where you're having that strong winds, heavy rain, and you especially can see the camera shaking as well. So it really is coming down in Dublin. So if you can, try to avoid any sort of driving at the moment, if at all possible. It is just about 3:20, so most of you hopefully are at work in a secure building, or maybe you're in school. And then current temperature on our Wilson Brighton Heating and Air Skycast network is at 73 degrees, and we've got a wind out of the west-northwest at 24 miles an hour. So having our wind at 24 miles an hour, it's quite a gusty wind, and it can especially start to push some of those lighter cars, I should say, on the road, making it all the more dangerous to be driving during the leading edge, making its way on through Dublin. So it's making its way through. Definitely a downpour. It poured a lot here in Macon just an hour ago or two when the main line was coming on through here. And then let's just see. Let's keep on going. We'll make it back onto our radar real quick. Go back to that, see if anything has updated in the meantime. See if anything maybe has been cut back. All right, so still just the two warnings in the eastern and southern portions of the mid-state. Again, we're going to have this warning right here be in the eastern portions of Washington. It's going to be through Johnson and also Lawrence County. So again, Dublin, you guys are right in the leading edge right there. So starting to get that rain, those winds, possibly even some lightning as well. And then the other warning that is the newer of the two is now going to be in Dooley, Crisp, Wilcox, a little bit of Pulaski, and also a little bit into Dodge as well. It still has not extended over into Telfair, Wheeler, Montgomery, Trutland, but it is possible that it could be extended, so we will watch it over the next hour or so to see whether or not these warnings do get extended. And we'll flip it over to see if this will tell us exactly when these are expected to expire. So this top one right here, which is the older one, is set to expire right at 3:30, so in about 10 minutes or so. And then the one down here that's the newer of the two is right at 3:45 that it is set to expire. And again, severe thunderstorm warnings you still want to take seriously, even though it's not nearly as urgent as maybe a tornado warning is, but this still can cause considerable damage, especially when the factors for a severe thunderstorm warning are those very strong winds, potential hail, and a potential for a tornado still, because the tornado warning that we did have earlier came within a severe thunderstorm warning. So don't want to completely ignore a severe thunderstorm warning, especially if you happen to be going to pick up your kids from school or anything like that. You just want to make sure you're being as safe as possible and that you are staying inside and away from windows in case strong winds happen to blow anything your way and could possibly break a window or two. So still be vigilant, still stay cautious, and be aware that you want to be staying inside and staying as safe as possible. But we will just be watching it as it makes its way on through. So we'll just go back through again through the couple of warnings we have. We'll start from the south and make our way north. So it looks like in Cordele, it is now starting to leave with that leading edge. Looks like now towards Arabide, it's going to have a little bit of lightning strikes over there. So you're probably getting some heavy rain right there along 75. If you're in Rochelle, looks like you're starting to get that leading edge closing in on you. Maybe a few lightning strikes up there as well. And then Finlayson, looks like the biggest threat is going to be a little bit to your south, and you guys are going to be out of that leading edge within the next 10 minutes or so. Wallace, you guys are good. Hawkinsville, you guys are good. Eastman, you guys are up next. So it's going to start making its way towards you within the next 10 to 15 minutes with this deeper red right here and a few lightning strikes embedded. As we make our way north a little bit, Chester, looks like that leading edge, you're right in the middle of it, so you're experiencing some of that deeper rain. And then Cadwell, you guys are also right in the leading edge, as well as Rents and Dexter, so you're probably having some of that heavier rain in there. As we make our way a little bit more north, Dudley, you guys are starting to get out of the main threat. So if you're in To the west of Dudley, if you're in Danville, you're in Cary, you guys are good. The main line has passed, so this threat for severe weather is past you. If you're in Dublin, again, we just looked at the sky cam, so it is actively in Dublin right now with a downpour. So you guys are in the midst of that leading edge. Heading over toward Wrightsville, you have a little bit of bigger storm potential down to your south with a few lightning strikes and this deeper red, but the main threat is going to be off to your west and is going to be coming your way within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Same with Harrison, that leading edge is just now making it to the western portions. If you're in Oconee, you guys are just now getting out of that leading edge, but still a couple of lightning strikes in there as well. Sandersville, still in some of that heavy rain, but starting to get out of there as well. If you're in Linton, Worthen, Milledgeville, Lake Sinclair, McIntyre, Irwinton, you guys are good. You're past the main line. Your severe threat is over. It is still going to have some rain lingering over the next few hours once that main line has passed on through, but the threat for severe weather is past if you have made it past that leading edge. So again, still just the two warnings out here, and we will just be watching them closely. And Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett is over at our Weather Center interacting with our social media sites. So if you happen to have any questions or anything like that, he is going to be there answering them in case I'm not seeing them myself, and also interacting with the National Weather Service in case any reports come in, anything of that sort. And especially if you happen to have seen any crazy clouds out today or anything like that and you want to share them, you're more than welcome to with something using the Chime In app. I'm going to put it up here real quick just so that you have a QR code. If you want to scan that right there, you're able to, because that way you can submit your photos and then we can put them either on the live streams or you can put them in broadcast that we'll be having later today. But if you happen to not want to use a QR code, you can also go to wgxa.tv/chime in and you're able to share those photos that way as well. And now that the main line is starting to make it into the eastern portions of the mid-state, I'm going to try and find our power outage graphic, see if that has updated at all as well. It's going to take me a second to find it. But again, I hope everybody has been staying safe out there, especially with the fact that we did have that tornado warning earlier in the stream. And then, let's see. All right, well, I'm still finding the power outage graphic. Let me just, oh, here we go. I think I just found it. There we go. Okay, just took me a couple seconds to find it, but we've got it up and running. So looks like Houston County is still leading the pack at just about 2,100 power outages. Peach County is next at just about 2,000. Monroe is in third place with about 1,500. Then it's Putnam at about 1,000 and Crawford at 700. So it looks like some of those other counties that got it first near in Upson and Taylor County, they look to be dwindling down. Hopefully those power companies are starting to make their way out there and get you guys your power back, but especially as that main line is making its way through, I'm sure we'll start to see an increase in these power outages over here in the eastern portions. But so far, Houston is still leading the pack, especially that's where we had that tornado warning, so probably the strongest winds were there as well. So we will just flip back to the radar again, just keep updating and just keep on checking. Okay, gotcha. All right, and Ryan over there just said that we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. So yes, we have one. So now it is going to include the rest of Washington County right here, the rest of Johnson County, and also the rest of Lawrence and Treutlen County as well. So it's the same line that's over here in Dublin, Wrightsville, and Sandersville. They just have extended it so that it'll include the rest of Washington, Johnson, and Treutlen as well. So here, we will pause that and we'll put a tracker on it, see when it could be making its way on towards Soperton and the eastern portions of these counties. So let's see, let's put a line on it, right on through here, right in through Wrightsville. Alrighty, in just about 30 minutes. So, okay, right around 3:35 looks like it could be off towards Bartow and also Meeks as well. Then right around 3:40, it looks like it could be over near Wadley and Treutlen County High School. Then right off into about 3:45 territory, could be near Old Town and Soperton, and also Gillis Springs, and off towards 350, making its way on towards Swainsboro, and then right around 4 o'clock, which is about 30 minutes from now, it's going to be nearing in Wesley and Lombard as well. So I'm also going to see just when this is set to expire. Just got to flip to a different wing. You said 4:15? Okay. All right, so that new one is set to expire at 4:15 p.m. So we will just watch it as it makes its way on closer towards Soperton, which is the main population concern at the moment, just for that particular warning area. And we still do have the warning off to our south. So now we have 3 warnings for the mid-state. It's going to be these 2 off to the east and then the 1 off towards the south. So we'll also pause it, check back in, start from the south, and make our way north. Alrighty, so if you are in Cordele, you guys are good. You are now past that leading edge. The same with Araby, you guys are also good. You are now getting out of that leading edge. Rochelle, looks like you guys are right in the middle of it. It looks like there is still a little bit of that pink-white color that could be indicative of hail. Not really seeing a whole lot of lightning within this particular part of the storm, but still can see some pink and white mixed in there. So don't want to completely rule out the fact that there could be some hail, but there's not a whole big area of it. So we'll just have to see whether or not we get some reports right over top of Kramer as well. Let's zoom back out just a little bit. Finlayson, you guys are good. It is past you guys. You are good for severe weather. As far as Abbeville, it is coming right up on you from the west. So if you happen to be living in Abbeville, just get prepared within the next few minutes to start experiencing some of that wind, that rain, and some of that lightning as well. And Rhine, just since you are off to the east of Abbeville, you guys are up next as well. Making your way a little bit more north. Again, if you're in Hawkinsville over here in Wallace, you guys are good. You're past this main line, so your threat for severe weather is over. If you happen to be in Eastman, though, you guys are up next within the next few minutes as that leading edge is making its way on towards you along U.S. Route 23 and U.S. Route 341. Going a little bit more north as well, we can see that if you are in Cadwell, a little bit more pink right in here, a little bit bigger of an area, so could see some hail to the south of Cadwell. And again, if you happen to see any of that hail and feel like sending it in, that's something where that Chime In app would come in handy and would be something we'd be able to share on air. So we'll be watching that again, not seeing a whole lot of lightning with that area of the pink color, but still could be seeing some hail to the south of Cadwell. Rents, you guys are right in the middle of it. Have this line of lightning just to the north of Rents. If you're in Dexter, have a little bit of lightning there as well with that deep red color. And then Chester getting towards the back of this main line. So within the next 10 to 15 minutes, you guys in Chester should be good. But if you're in Cochrane as well over here, you're good. You're past the severe weather, so you are in the clear. Again, making our way north. If you are in Dublin, you guys are right in the middle of it. Again, we have this line of lightning going right down the south of Dublin along U.S. Route 319, almost in a line. So a little bit of activity right through there. As we make our way a little bit more north, here in Wrightsville, it kind of looks like you might be in a little bit of a lull in between 2 different parts of that deeper red. Off to your east, you have some lightning strikes going on, and then off to the west, some more lightning strikes as well. So even though you might have just gone through a little bit of heavy rain and wind, you still have a little bit more to go with that main line directly to your west, so it'll be there within the next few minutes. Going up a little bit more north as well. Oconee, you guys are making your way on out of there. Let's see if the name will pop back up. I might have zoomed out a little too much. There we go. Okay. So Oconee, right over here, you guys are getting to the back of this main line, so you guys are just about good in terms of severe weather. Over in Tennille, same thing. You're near to the back of this leading edge. If you're in Harrison, get ready within the next few minutes. You're going to get that deeper red color heading your way, as well as Riddleville with a few lightning strikes off to the west. Sandersville, you guys are good. You're just now on the backside of this main line, so you guys are going to be good for that severe threat. And then heading on up, it's going to encompass the entirety of that severe thunderstorm warning. All right, and it looks like they combined the 2 warnings into one. So now it's going to be for the southeastern portion of Washington, eastern portion of Johnson County, eastern portion of Lawrence County, and the entirety of Treutlen County. So we did have one over here that did expire, but now it looks like they've combined into one to just encompass the eastern portions of these counties over here. Still have the one to our south that's going to encompass Crisp and Dooley County, also Wilcox and Pulaski, as well as parts of Dodge and Lawrence as well. So we'll see if these warnings happen to be extended over to our east into Telfair, Wheeler, and Montgomery. But once I start to make it over here, the rest of that threat should be out of Middle Georgia at that point. So hopefully within the next hour and a half to 2 hours, this threat will be completely out of here, especially with these storms moving at about 60 miles an hour the last time that we have checked. Still do have a little bit of activity on to the south of our viewing area, just in the middle of Ashburn, to the west of Fitzgerald, to the north of Tifton, to the west of Ocilla. So we'll be watching that as well, just in case it happens to move a little bit more north, especially when it gets towards Telfair, Wheeler, and Montgomery. So we will be keeping an eye on that as well and seeing how things progress. Again, thankfully, for the most part, this has cooperated and behaved, besides that tornado warning that we did have right in the middle of the mid-state. But other than that, we've only been seeing those severe thunderstorm warnings so far. Hopefully we will keep it that way. It always does like to change on you, especially Mother Nature. She likes to do what she wants. So we will just see how this does progress. But again, we still are going to be under those severe thunderstorm warnings, and we will be keeping an eye out.
I've got a report. It's out of Washington County. It's from the EM Russell Reiner. A tree down on Highway 272 at Panther Branch Road. So again, a little bit of damage over into Washington County with trees being down. But most noticeably, we continue to look at that activity in northern Houston and southern Bibb County with that tornado warning earlier. So that looks to be where we got the most damage. But again, I would not be surprised with this whole line coming through. Lots of little trees down here and there. And again, with the power outages, that's certainly indicative of what we could be seeing with those sporadic trees down.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for that report. So yeah, just here in Washington County, right as that severe thunderstorm warning has expired for parts of it, but still is in effect for the western portion of Washington County. But like Ryan just said, we do have some reports of things going down over near Sandersville. So again, even though severe thunderstorm warnings may not seem nearly as urgent or maybe severe as a tornado warning is, it still is going to cause damage. So you still want to be prepared and active for when it is going to come through your area. So it is still something to take seriously and be smart about. So, but we still are going to be under those severe thunderstorm watches issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And as that main line has been making its way on through, it has been cutting back on what Middle Georgia has been put under, just because, again, once you get past that main line of weather, you're actually going to be within the clear. So we'll pull that graphic up here as well. It looks like it has been cut back just a little bit more for a couple places as well. So now again, the northern and western portions of this severe thunderstorm watch have been lifted because again, that main line has made its way on through, so the threat for severe weather has passed. But as it makes its way again through Sandersville all the way down through Abbeville and McRae, still going to be under those severe thunderstorm warnings. That's especially right where they are spanning, especially down here in Dooley County, Wilcox, Pulaski. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning stretched right onto over here. So still going to have it for just a few counties off to our east and south. But as that main line makes its way through, we should expect it to make its way on out of here and have these lifted within the next few hours as well. And you may be asking, well, what's the difference between a watch and a warning? Well, a watch is going to be when you have conditions that are favorable for a severe thunderstorm warning, but you don't necessarily have one just yet. So you want to be prepared and be active in case something is to become a warning. That means that the favorable conditions have now turned a thunderstorm into a severe one. So you're going to have winds of 60 miles an hour or plus. You're going to potentially have hail of 1 inch in diameter or more, or potentially even a tornado that also classifies a severe thunderstorm warning for you as well. So you just want to make sure that having a watch, you be prepared just in case it happens to turn into a warning, because that's when you have those severe characteristics into play within that thunderstorm itself. But we'll just flip back to our radar, especially as these start to make their way into the last portions of Middle Georgia over on our eastern and southern sides. All right, so again, still looks like it's just those 2 warnings out there for right now. Nothing has been cut back, nothing has been extended. Still watching that storm off down now to the south of Eastman, now making its way over to the east of Dublin. making its way right on through Wrightsville. I'll actually zoom in on that a little bit more. So if you were in the smack dab middle of Wrightsville, you were getting that heavy rain, that wind, especially with a little bit of a cluster of those lightning strikes right over top of downtown Wrightsville, making its way over towards Kite just in a few minutes here with a little bit of lightning off to your north. Harrison, you guys are also still going to be in the bulk of this leading edge right here, as well as Riddleville, Davisboro. Sandersville, you guys are good. You're getting past that main line now, heading back to more of a yellow-green color. So again, you'll still be having some rain over the next hour or two, but the severe threat is over once you've made it past this leading edge. So again, Wrightsville, you guys are right in the middle of it. Bruton, you guys are right in the middle of it. Dublin, it's just now starting to make its way eastward. So if you're to the west of downtown Dublin, you guys are good, especially if you're over near Dudley. You're good for that severe weather threat. Dexter, you guys are just now starting to leave that deep red area, as well as Chester. So you guys will be good here in just a little bit. And again, like we were talking about with that deeper pink color near to the south of Cadwell, it now has made its way to the northeast of Cadwell. So it's a little bit of a bigger area. Say that again? New warning, gotcha. So we'll keep an eye on this pink area right here as well to see if maybe we get any reports about that hail. And there is that extended severe thunderstorm warning for Telfair, Wheeler, and Montgomery County. So this was expected just because we did have the severe thunderstorm warning off towards the west of these areas. So this would be the last to have issued for the moment. So again, this is going to be an updated one. So it's going to be including, looks like Dodge County, southern parts of Lawrence County, Telfair, Wheeler, and Montgomery County, excuse me, not Trutland. So now that is the newest severe thunderstorm warning that we do have issued. Looks like we have a little bit of something just to the south of McRae, just a few lightning strikes out in here, something a little bit out in front of that main line. But again, the main threat is still going to be over to Eastman, the south of Eastman, making its way on through Abbeville, just passing through Rochelle as well. So that main line is what they're having that severe thunderstorm warning issued for as it makes its way over to those eastern counties. All right, and that one is set to expire at 4:30 this afternoon. So that is within in about 50 minutes from now. But again, we will just keep our eye on it and keep on tracking it. So here we will pause it again and put another tracker on it to see where it could be within the next 50 minutes as the warning has said. So here, put it right on that leading front, right over here. And lead it on out to about 50 minutes. Alrighty. So look into about 5 minutes from now, right around 3:45, right around Milan and Accord, and then heading off to around 3:50, it's going to be near Little Okmulgee State Park and also McRae. Heading over to right around 4 p.m., it's going to be near Telfair County Elementary School, Cedar Park, and Towns. Then heading off to right around 4:10 p.m., it's going to be near the Montgomery County Elementary School and Lumber City. Then heading off towards 4:15, it's going to be near Uvalde, Hazelhurst, and Rock Springs. And then right at that 50-minute mark, it's going to be near Falling Rocks and Ahupee. So that is what we could see within the next 50 minutes from the storm as it is moving at relatively 60 miles an hour. So still watching the 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that we have issued for Middle Georgia. Again, we're going to have this one down to the east right here. We're going to have this one, or excuse me, down to the south, not the east, right there. Then this one over towards the east. That's encompassing the eastern portions of Washington, Johnson, Lawrence, as well as the entirety of Trutland. And then we have the newest one down here, including the last 3 that weren't warned for. So it's going to be Montgomery, Wheeler, and Telfair County as well. And the latest that these are going to be issued right now is this new one right here until 4:30 p.m. But we have just been watching this over the course of today, and thankfully have only had one tornado warning. Really, it did get extended, but still just the one, and that was in the smack dab middle of Middle Georgia. So thankfully, for the most part, it has been behaving, which is good, especially since we were under a level 3 risk for today. Again, even though it is still a severe thunderstorm warning, we can't completely rule out that there could be a spin-up tornado or two within these. So you still want to take these very seriously and still be in a safe place just in case. But again, so far, for the most part, it has been behaving, which is what we like to see. There still is a whole lot of lightning out there, especially if we zoom in here. Again, Wrightsville, you guys are still experiencing that lightning. It looks like some of you are now getting back into more of a green color. So now to the eastern portions of downtown Wrightsville and to the east are still within that deeper red with the heavier rainfall. Looks like to the right of, or excuse me, to the east of Span, you're going to have some of that lightning and that deeper red. Heading off towards Kite, now we're starting to get that more, the cluster of lightning heading right over top of Kite. And then Meeks, you guys are up next within the next few minutes as well as it moves to the east of Span and towards your western portions of Meeks. And still to the east of Rents and Cadwell, making its way on towards Soperton. Could start to see some rain down in Soperton now, but the main line is still on its way from the west, making its way eastward towards Soperton itself, but still have a little bit of rain, even going all the way out towards Gillis Springs. In Terrytown, you guys are also within the next 10 or 15 to 20 minutes, you'll start to see some of that leading edge over here make its way on eastward towards Terrytown. All right, heading a little bit more south as well. Again, over here in Eastman, you guys are still in the main line just a little bit, but it looks like that lightning is now going to be to your south and to your east as well. So within the next 10 to 15 minutes, you guys should be in the clear for severe weather. As we make our way a little bit more south as well, looks like Abbeville, you guys are still going to be in the deep red, so you're still going to have that downpour, some strong winds, maybe even a little bit of lightning mixed in there. Rhine, just to the east of Abbeville, you guys look like you are up next, having that lightning approaching you, especially with that deeper red color, with that heavier rain and those stronger winds. If you're in Rochelle, you guys are good, and you're past that leading edge. You're now getting back into more of a yellow color. And yeah, that is the entire line right now as we're looking at it. Still have the 3 warnings out there. Actually looks like they just, or one of them just expired on us right there. So that was going to be the one over here in Crisp County, into Wilcox, Pulaski, a little bit into Dodge as well. So thankfully, we now just have the 2 warnings. We did just have 3, but one did just expire. So now we just have the 2 focus on the eastern and southeastern portions of the mid-state. So making its way through Wrightsville, just as now passed through Dublin, making its way through Eastman and Abbeville at the moment, making its way eastward at around 60 miles an hour. It is currently just about 3:46 p.m., so hopefully within the next hour or 2, this main line will be out of Middle Georgia and will be all clear in terms of severe weather. Now, we did, again, have a tornado warning just to the north of Warner Robins earlier in the day, so I'm curious to go see our power outages just to see if anything has updated within the last 15 minutes from the last time I checked this, just in case more reports have come in. All right, and it looks like Houston County has come down, which is good. They were at just about 2,100 the last time I checked, so now they're just about to 1,800, just a little bit shy of 1,900. So it looks like those power companies are getting out there and doing a great job at restoring some power. Peach County is our number 1, just at about 2,075. And then Monroe takes our number 3 spot at about 1,300. Hancock right in 4th at about 1,000. And then Crawford in 5th place at about 700. So we'll see as especially this main line makes its way through these eastern and southern portions of the mid-state, whether or not some of these counties out here might fill in with this yellow color. But for now, this is what the power outage is looking like. And it seems like some of those heavy hit places like Warner Robins are finally starting to get some of those crews out there to help restore some of that power. But I hope everyone that's been watching has managed to stay safe today, has been managed to be okay, especially this being during the day. We've had, the last few events that we've had have especially been early in the morning and overnight events. So today is really our first daytime severe event that we've had so far in 2025. So it's good in some regard and bad in some regard just because we do have daytime heating playing into effect with this, but it is better from the fact that most people are going to be awake for this and not when it's at 2 a.m. when some people are going to be woken up by these storms and you don't have maybe the best timing with them. So thankfully, This is our first daytime event, so we will just keep on watching these as they begin to make their way on eastward with our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that we do have left. And we will just speed it up to now. All right, looks like Wrightsville, you guys are good. It's now out of there, excuse me. Now you're gonna be more in that green color, but it has moved off eastward over towards Kite. Now you guys are right in the thick of it with that main line making its way on through. And then as we head off towards, let's see, we'll go down south a little bit. Bruton, you guys are good. You're starting to get out of that main line, so you guys are clear for that severe weather. Adrian, you guys look like you're just now starting to get right within that main line, so you guys are starting to see some of it here within the next few minutes. Heading a little bit more south, you guys in Dublin, you guys are good. Again, back off more to that yellow and green color, so your threat for severe weather has passed. Now the bigger concern is now going to be now down towards Gillis Springs and Soperton. So you're gonna have more of that red color right on here, and then Soperton, this main area with more of that lightning, is now making its way eastward on towards Soperton. So you guys are up next within the next few minutes to start experiencing some of that heavier rain and that wind, as well as Terrytown as well. And then McRae, looks like you're just in a little, small little storm right here, just with a couple lightning strikes, but you still have a bigger threat off to your west. That's where that leading edge of the system is with those severe qualities. Over to the north of Chauncey and to the west of Jay Bird Springs and to the northeast of Godwinsville, with a little bit of lightning mixed in there. So that'll be making its way on towards McRae and Milan. And then Rhine, you guys are right in the middle of it with this deep red color right here. Abbeville, you're just now starting to get to the back of that leading edge. So within the next 5 to 10 minutes, you guys should be good in terms of severe weather. And if you happen to be in Rochelle, you guys are good. You're past the leading edge. You guys are clear for severe weather. And that is all we have left in terms of this main line that we are still watching for these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings here in Middle Georgia. But for now, I'm not noticing any intensification of anything, which is great. It's always good news. And again, if you happen to have seen anything out there today, whether it's possibly some hail, I know we did see a couple of spots that had more of that pinkish white color that could have been indicative of some hail. So if you happen to have seen any, we'd love to see it, especially since we don't see hail all too often here in Middle Georgia. So right here with this QR code, you can scan right there to download the Chime In app that will share your photos with us. But if that QR code happens to be a little bit finicky and you prefer to type in a link, you can always go to wgxa.tv/chimein. We'd love to see them, especially if you've seen any crazy clouds today, especially with that tornado warning we did have earlier. If you saw anything that might have been rotating or spinning, as long as you're being safe. But we love to see them, love to maybe put them on air as well. But again, still just watching the 2 warnings that we have left here in the mid-state in the eastern and southern portions. That the last one is set to expire at 4:30 p.m., so within the next 40 minutes or so. But again, I'm not seeing any crazy intensification of anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave this up right here. And then if anything is to change, anything is to intensify, we get a new warning or anything like that, we'll come back on here, give you guys another quick update. But for the moment, still just have these 2 right here. And we're still going to be off behind the scenes, still working the social medias, anything like that. So if you happen to have questions or any concerns in that regard, we'll be over there happy to answer anything you might have. But for now, I'm Meteorologist Noah Hauck, and along with Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett.
All right, all right, all right. Getting close to the end of this severe weather event ongoing across middle Georgia. Good news is we just have one severe thunderstorm warning, and it goes until 4:30. Portions of Telfair, Wheeler, and Montgomery County. Portions of Treutlen County are still included in one till 4:45, but that'll get dropped. But again, it's this line of storms continues to shift off towards the south and east. They are quickly exiting the area, and by 5 o'clock, all of middle Georgia is going to be clear of the severe weather threat. So again, that is what we're dealing with across the mid-state right now. Good news is the watch has all but been canceled for most of the mid-state, which is always great news. As soon as these counties get removed from the warning, you're in the clear. But there it is. So it goes till 7 p.m., but we never expected it to make it to 7 p.m. So all of middle Georgia, if you're not included in this watch, you're in the clear as far as the severe weather threat. We're going to look at a few things as we wait for that warning to go away. We're going to look at rainfall totals. A lot of heavy rainfall across the mid-state today. Beneficial rain, certainly needed the rain, washing away that pollen, but also those drought conditions. But Vienna right now, 1 inch, that's what you got. And you still got a little bit more falling. Macon, 4/10 of an inch. Byramville, over 1/2 inch. Tinnell, the same, over 1/2 inch. Fort Valley, almost 3/4 of an inch, and Unadilla over 3/4 of an inch. These totals down towards Thomaston and Vidalia, those will actually not Thomaston, Vidalia will be increasing because that rain is just now making it your way. And as far as Eatonton, almost 4/10 of an inch. So a nice soaking rain for many of us, but it's going to continue to wind down as we head through the next hour or so, and really for most of us it's over with. It's just that our southeastern counties still dealing with that threat for those severe storms. Quite a bit of damage around Warner Robins where that tornado warning was earlier, so be patient as crews are out cleaning things up. But again, still tracking these thunderstorms off towards the south and east, rapidly exiting middle Georgia. Again, the rest of middle Georgia's severe weather threat is over, and we'll go ahead and give you the all clear. Still going to be raining a little while for Twiggs County, Lawrence County, a little bit of lightning and thunder still mixing in, but that is what we are dealing with right now. So I'll pull up the storm reports and just see what's showing up here in middle Georgia. And again, mainly wind damage. Again, northern Houston County, that is what we are looking at. Got some wind damage reports up in Jasper as well as Putnam County. And again, issues with trees down, and that is causing those power issues. But crews are quickly repairing the power outages, so that's certainly some great news. But just remember, these crews are working hard because they have to wait for that severe weather threat to end. And for the most part, it is winding down. But again, last 24 hours, mainly some wind across the mid-state. Power outage index, just again for middle Georgia. Crews that are out and about, Gray or Baldwin, or excuse me, Jones County. Don't know why you're black, but Peach County, you still have the highest number, just over 1,800 reported outages. Houston, Hancock, Monroe counties. Probably see these numbers come up a little bit in our southeastern counties, but these numbers start out high and they start coming down pretty quick. So again, just be patient if you're one of the unfortunate ones that have been dealing with the power outage. Again, show us what you saw today. If you got any damage, let us know. Send it in to chime in at wgxa.tv/chime-in. We'll show it off here on air. You can also scan that QR code. That'll take you directly to the website and let you upload it that way. But again, let us know your name, location, where you're from, what you saw, and include those pictures. We're absolutely loving that. Getting a lot of questions. What's the rest of this week look like? Well, let's look at it. The 10-day, it's going to be improving weather for tomorrow for sure, but check it out. Upper 80s to low 90s later this week. It's hottest weather so far this year. That'll be our first 90-degree reading this week if we get to that. But temperatures well above average. An upper level ridge is going to build in and give us that very warm weather. Now, we do get more rain and storms Sunday into Monday. For right now, it doesn't look like a severe weather threat, but it's springtime. We're heading into April. April is statistically the most active month for severe weather in the deep south, so keep that in mind. Hopefully we don't have to deal with any severe weather, But again, we will be watching it. But the heat is the story later this week. Upper 80s and lower 90s. Spring has certainly sprung, but I will tell you, long-range models show a cooler air mass next week moving into middle Georgia. We could see 40s, maybe some 30s returning for those morning lows. So be mindful. We got one more cold snap coming, and that'll be in here sometime next week. But as of right now, we continue to watch this threat for severe weather wind down here in middle Georgia, and that's the best news. Some damage across the mid-state, but nothing especially widespread. So we're going to continue to watch these warnings, excuse me, down in our southeastern counties continue to get whittled away. It's really just for southern portions of Montgomery County, Telfair County, and Wheeler County. And again, where you're seeing that line push off towards the south and east, all these counties over here, you get past Emmanuel County, that's the Savannah television market. But for middle Georgia, we're seeing things improve. Things are winding down. Severe weather threat is all but over for all of us except our extreme southeastern counties. So we're going to stick with this till 4:30. Then we're going to hop off of here, get ready for the 5 and 6 o'clock newscast on WGXA, Fox 24, and ABC 16. We'll see what else is going on as we head through the rest of today. But tonight, weather will calm down. It's going to be a clearing night. It's going to be a chillier night for many of us. Or I shouldn't say chilly, but it's going to be a night where we're going to see temperatures with the rain ending shortly. It's going to be a night with temperatures falling to near 50 degrees, a partly cloudy night. So will be a cool night. And again, the rain washed away a lot of that pollen, but that pollen, we're not done with it. It will be back in the next few days. So we're going to continue to monitor that as well. And again, the heat levels, that's what we're going to be talking about. Yes, I'm saying heat because we're going to be pushing record highs. These temperatures, when we're into the upper 80s and lower 90s, our record highs this time of year are upper 80s and lower 90s. So high temperatures, record highs are in jeopardy later this week, which is so strange, even though it will be mainly cloudy. We've got that very strong upper ridge building in. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And that'll be the weather story the rest of this week since we're getting past this threat for severe weather. But again, it's been an active afternoon. We've got about 4 minutes left on that severe thunderstorm warning. I'm Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett, along with Meteorologist Noah Hauck. Severe weather threat is winding down here in the mid-state. And again, heavy rainfall, but the threat for severe weather is all but over with for us in middle Georgia. Cleanup efforts are underway where we do have those trees down, power lines down. So just be patient if you're out and about. And again, the rest of this week, the weather is a-okay. So don't worry about anything. We'll give you any updates as we get closer to the weekend on that weekend storm threat. But the rest of this week, it is quiet and calm here in middle Georgia. And again, where you're seeing rain right now, it'll quickly wind down over the next couple of hours, and it will be a dry night. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett, along with Meteorologist Noah Hauck. Thanks for watching and trusting